All right, welcome in. It's about 8 minutes now past the hour. A brand new hour, brand new day has started, and it's the kickoff hour. Hello, I'm Speedy, alongside the Good Time Gang. Mr. Greg Burgess is here. Eddie Van Adler, Helmsy off the rest of the week. And we'll have fun with that, as we always do. Anytime anybody's off, that just means they're subject to more ridicule. RBU today, the podcast, scheduled to feature Coach Mike Leach from the Mississippi State Bulldogs. We'll see if that actually happens. A little bit of anxiety on my part, but fighting through that. We'll have a good time with the anticipation of the podcast today being recorded. That will hit Saturday morning, so make sure you are set up to get those notifications on when that drops. Don't forget, register for Fix Mama's Mouth. It's in the contest portion of rickandbubba.com. All the instructions are there. You have till April the 28th to get all that in. It takes a little bit of time. So make sure you go to rickandbubba.com, click on contest, and when you see the Fix Mama's Mouth contest, click on that, and it'll give you instructions on what to do, what we need. And it's important to follow those instructions, because in order for us to pick the top three, we got to have good photos on exactly what we're looking at and the job ahead of them with Dr. Thomas E. Dudney. Don't forget Rick and Bubba at the store. If you just click on store, let's say you click on contest, then click on store. There's a lot of new items there, a lot of new merch at rickandbubba.com. And believe it or not, I'm actually picking up some today. I never thought I'd be doing this. I say never. Let's say I've never had to do this before, but I am today, and I'll explain that. But first, let's bring in Mr. Greg Burgess. What's up, buddy? How are you?
I'm good. You nervous about the podcast?
A little bit. Well, anytime, anytime I have a guest that is booked and scheduled, leading up to it, there's always that, oh my gosh, are they going to do what they said?
Yeah.
Because that's really our job, if you think about it.
Well, if they forget.
Yeah. I mean, there's a lot of jobs out there. You depend on other people to do what they say, right? I mean, hey, you're going to be here at such and such time, then I hope you show up. And so anytime we book guests, some, we have a long history of, and so I kind of know how they operate.
Yeah.
But these first-timers, boy, let me tell you. And when Coach Leach even announced to me, hey, buddy, just stay on me, okay? Just stay on me and make sure I remember. And I think Helmsy might have nailed it, the breakdown. I told you that I reached out to him Monday, and hey, just reminder, Thursday podcast, 10:30 Central's when we record it. Then blah blah blah. Hey, sounds good. Looking forward to it.
Okay.
So then yesterday, I sent him a text mid-afternoon, which is normally when he responds, and I just said, and I actually will read it. I said, Rick and Bubba, looking forward to tomorrow's podcast with you, 10:30 to 11:15. Thank you again for making time for us. Just a quick reminder. He didn't. I just wanted a reply of
none.
No.
Okay.
But
that hurt.
But yeah, it did. But I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna wait till about 9:45 or 10 Central, and maybe just, hey, Coach. Hey, buddy, just another quick reminder.
I just hope he don't hear about the Dan Mullen incident and hold that against
buddy,
you. Mullen was at Mississippi State and you ignored him at SEC days.
That's not true.
I hope maybe
we were actually.
What if somebody got in his ear and said, "Oh, you gonna go on that bunch?"
But we were actually interviewing Dan Mullen. I wasn't ignoring him. He was sitting at our table.
I've done broken down.
Kevin Carter.
I rest my case.
Kevin Carter walked by. I just said,
and
"Hey."
I
just said, "Hey."
said, "Hey."
I looked over Dan Mullen. I said, "Hey,
Dan was
Kevin."
in a serious conversation. You just cut him off. He was like, "Dang."
Kevin Carter and I go way back. That was really a really cool perk from being the stadium guy with the Titans for so long.
Yeah.
The defensive line. Look, let me set this up. All right, so I would do all the little stadium promotions inside the Tennessee Titans stadium. And, like if it was a timeout and it was best seats in the house or whatever. So I'd spend most of the game running around doing stuff. Well, you had to be there about an hour and a half before the game because we'd have a production meeting. And that's when they would release the copy and when the hits were going to happen, and the camera people and the people that are in charge of running around. And we're all kind of get together and we just on the same page so we can kind of map out. Yeah. All right, this is where we're starting. We're in the upper deck. We're the second time out. Let's meet here and all this stuff. Well, then by the time that was done, and it didn't take long. It's just you had to have that meeting. You were released to pretty much say, all right, We need to be in section 370 by the second timeout of the game. So let's meet at such and such console. I mean, a tunnel, and then that's where we'll go up. But you never know because of the pace of the game how quick that second timeout's going to happen.
True.
I mean, you could have the opening drive last forever, okay? But you could also have a pick, the first, second play of the game, and then a fumble. I mean, so you could have the second timeout happen pretty fast. So a lot of times we'd hurry up and have to get there and just wait. You know what I mean? And so you had to go through all that, but then you were released to go and enjoy pregame or do whatever you wanted to do. You could already go up there. So I would go down to the sideline because I love to watch the team warm up and go through all the stuff. And probably most exciting part of the day. You know what I mean? Just kind of going down there, and special teams come out. Well, then here comes the team. And that's about the time I'd be down there. And they would do their little stretching and stuff, and then all the different position players would go to their little area, and the defensive line would go down to the end zone. And they would get in the corner of the end zone, and they'd fire off at each other. I'm not talking about just ginormous people.
Oh, yeah,
okay?
Huge.
And you had like Javon Curse, Kevin Carter, all those guys. Oh, man, you kidding me? And it would just get me so excited. I mean, just pumped up. You know what I mean? Oh, my gosh.
So what you're saying is you and him bonded.
Well, I'll just say this. I would go down there.
Cut the interview off.
I would go down there.
You couldn't help it. You just lost all control.
I mean, I wasn't Coach Bear Bryant leaning against, the goalpost, but that's kind of where I was, all right? I was in that area, and I was just sitting there watching them. Well, then Kevin Carter, one time he turned around. He said, hey, how you doing? And he was just in between him waiting for his turn. And that's when I thought, hey, he's my friend, and, and stuff like that. And that happened a couple of times, couple of Sundays in a row.
So now y'all best buddies.
And then all of a sudden he would come over and he would say, hey, it would kind of be a regular thing. A very nice guy, extremely nice guy. And so I thought we were probably closer than we were, and we'll do that on the show.
Y'all were best friends.
And then Javon Curse would say something to me every now and then, and I'd say, I don't know if y'all know me or not, but I'm up on the jumbotron every break, and he might see me.
Yeah, y'all probably got more important things.
Right, kind of a big deal. I'm about to bring somebody down and best seats in the house.
That's right.
I don't know what y'all are doing.
We're going to guess who wins that little race on the screen.
Yeah, you see that recliner over there? Somebody in the upper deck's about to come sit in that thing right there.
And we're going to do the shell game.
Hey, and you know what? You know who's going to bring them down?
That'd be you.
That'd be me.
Yeah.
Y'all might see me. So anyway, we had fun with that, and over the years, we got to be at least in speaking terms. Now, to them, they were probably just saying, "Hey," but to me, it was like, a highlight of my day.
Sure.
And so then he, finishes playing. I stopped doing the Titan stuff, and then we see each other at SEC Media Days when we were doing the show. I saw him, and when he saw my face, I got to tell you, he remembered me, and I couldn't believe it. Either that or he really faked it.
Here's what you got hung in between. You had Dan Mullen, but you thought, if I don't acknowledge Carter, he's going to think I'm either a jerk or it's not who he thought it was.
Right. Now, to him, he was
on his way by.
He might be really good, kind of like you are at faking, saying hey to people.
That's true.
And, I mean, that's a talent. I mean, and you're pretty good at it. So it could be that he was just looking at me and just getting through the moment, but I could tell the way he looked at me.
And you couldn't miss that opportunity.
Hey, man.
Because you weren't going to be able to run him down and go, hey, I was in the middle of an interview.
Yeah. So, hey, bud, how you doing?
Oh, that's fine. I just hate Dan Mullen didn't pay for it.
So Dan Mullen was sitting there, and we were doing the interview, and he walks by. Now, it was mania. You give me that on Media Row.
Yeah, it was a lot of mess.
And so when he walks by, I just wanted to say, hey, Kevin.
What were we even doing there?
Huh? I don't know.
What about we interviewed the commissioner of the SEC? That made a lot of I'm sure he was impressed.
Those were some good questions, weren't they?
I'm sure he was. I can't remember what we asked him, but I know it was really awesome. I'm sure.
Right.
He was a really nice guy.
And every time I see Kevin Carter, because he'll do a lot of,
you start screaming at the TV like a schoolgirl.
Yeah, he'll do a lot of college, breaking down and analysis and stuff like that. And I think, I wish I could say hey to Kevin.
Hey, I hope he realized that I did acknowledge him right in the middle of an interview with Dan Mullen.
So I've never lived that down. I've never lived that moment down.
No.
Ever.
I just hope Leach hadn't heard about it.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
22 minutes past the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. Helmsy off the rest of the week. Should be back at the beginning of next week, getting some time away with the family. Did you see Amanda's Marco Polo to us yesterday?
I did not.
It's pretty good. Basically, they got down there, and he was fishing in like not a bathing suit or anything like that. It's what he wore to work.
Oh my goodness!
I'm talking about khakis.
What, did he get out of the car and grab his fishing pole?
I guess so. I don't
got
know.
There?
Yeah. But this is kind of real quick, and I'll just give you the audio of it. But it's really going to paint the picture. This is from Amanda. Take a listen.
There he is, fishing in his zip-up pullover. He's kind of ignoring us, only focusing on the fish. Maddie, say hey to Greg and Speedy.
Hi. Oh, he saw a stingray.
Oh,
Yeah.
oh wow.
That's what he's trying to catch, I guess.
Yeah, there they go. There they go.
He got out of the car and started casting.
How about those waves hitting you? That's nice. Waves hitting their feet.
Yep, beach time.
Yeah. Now he's in tennis shoes and everything. Please don't lose sight of that. And so yeah, apparently they
jump right out.
I love how she threw in there ignoring us.
Wait.
I love that.
Come on.
Will this help a little bit with Mike Leach today or this Saturday is Super Bulldog weekend?
Oh, is that right?
Yeah. So
to me, it makes me sound like he's going to be really busy this week with Super Bulldog.
Yeah, I can't believe he's actually agreed to doing this. You know,
I feel like he may have forgot that it was Super. Oh no,
really?
Oh no,
I
got a bad feeling.
Got
a bad feeling.
I'd like for somebody on the staff, and I'm probably going to look to Adler today to be positive in some way and say, yes, buddy, it's going to work.
Okay.
Because right now I have no one saying that.
Super Bulldog week.
All right, we have
Thursday and Super Bulldog week Saturday.
Yeah, it's Saturday the 17th. Yeah, which is 2 days from today. If you're listening,
that's
live.
not good.
All right, I have a interesting story here, and look, it's on a couple of websites, and it's on a reputable prep site that we use a lot.
So that's good enough for us.
But and so I guess what I'm saying is the system we're using to print stories.
Yeah,
it hadn't burned us yet, and so but I don't know. We'll have to see.
Well, let's just go with it.
So a man has been fined for breaking large on a cop.
Which means he's breaking wind for people who don't know that term.
Yeah, and argues that him breaking wind is protected as a form of expression.
First of all, how is it against the law to break wind on a police officer? I mean, when we say on, I mean he didn't like it.
Well, here's the deal. So the guy's 22, and he's from Australia, Austria, I should say. So it's an Austrian man. And he made headlines last June after he was fined $600 for breaking wind on a police officer. And he argued in court that him breaking wind actually falls under freedom of expression.
So here's why, because I was trying to think how they get in the situation.
Mm-hmm.
I see now. So in 2020,
mm-hmm.
him and his buddies were hanging out
mm-hmm.
in a park when the group of police officers approached them during a routine identity check. That must be some Austrian thing.
Now, did you hear what Greg just said? That's big for in our country right now. That in Georgia we're requiring IDs to vote now.
Yeah.
Well, they just do random ID checks. They just walk around and check IDs. Yeah. All right, keep going.
Then they said as the police walked up, he was sitting on a park bench and he lifted it up and let a good one bounce off of it.
Right.
And of course the friends laughed
mm-hmm.
and they made a joke, but due to the resulting entertainment from the rip, the defendant grinned at the officers. Now, again, I'm still missing where he broke the law. Okay, in the court, he argued that the wind was not intentional. Of course, there ain't nobody buying that.
Yeah.
But even if it was, it would still fall under his fundamental right for freedom of expression. Now, that was his argument.
Right.
Now, the judge says not so fast.
Right. Now, this is when things got windy. Okay.
As it started to stink.
Right. When he released his intestinal gas, the complainant was sitting on a park bench, the document reads. He then lifted his buttocks and tensed up a little bit before letting the intestinal gas escape. The complainant's friend,
one, basically.
yeah, and the complainant's friend laughed, as we all would.
It was a farump.
But due to the resulting entertainment from the passing of gas, the defendant grinned at the officer like, how about that? Well, the officer didn't think it was that funny. And as you said, they go to court. That's the defense. The judge showed a little bit of sympathy by lowering the fine, but still said that what he did would be considered a form of expression that transcends the boundaries of decency.
Yeah. The judge argued that ripping one and burping can cause social inappropriateness. They do not contain communicative content, and even if they did, it would still be considered a form of expression that transcends the boundaries of decency. Now, we're getting really into this. Basically, the guy ripped one in front of his friends on the police, which is funny.
Yes.
Okay.
Hey, look what I got.
Policeman obviously had no sense of humor.
No.
And now we're in Austria. Maybe they look at things differently.
I guess so.
Here. So, but he said he's going to appeal it. He said he's not going down without a fight.
Right. Now, the judge, looking at the fact he had no criminal record or anything like that.
Reduced his fine.
He just reduced the fine.
Picture getting that citation.
How about when you think you got something funny and your buddies get to laughing because it is funny, and then it didn't go the way you thought?
Oh, yeah, and I will say this. His buddies are loving this more than anybody.
Oh, yeah.
How many times have they retold this story?
Oh, 1,000. 1,000 times.
Picture it.
1,000 times they've retold it.
We'll find out when they appeal it.
Think about this. At some point, this man got dressed and went to court to defend what he did. And try to say it was a form of expression.
Well, it was. It's protected. He has a pretty good argument. I mean, especially when he put all the dramatic parts of lifting his leg and all that.
Yeah. And on the park bench it was loud.
Oh yeah.
We are live. It's the kickoff hour, and we are Helmsy-less. He is off the rest of the week. So the Good Time Gang consists of Adler. I'm Speedy. There's Greg. And we thank you for being with us. What's up? So as we come back, there's a couple of things we need to update as we move forward.
Here you go.
And one is that today we have Rick and Bubba University, the podcast with Coach Mike Leach of the Mississippi State Bulldogs, Hell State, and we're going to have a whole lot of cowbell in here. See, Rick is he's fired up. He's wearing his Mississippi State gear today. And so we got that. Looking forward to that. I want to enjoy it. So I would ask personally if you would just get off of me just slightly.
I am. As far as I'm concerned, everything's going to go smooth.
And just a little bit of positivity coming.
Everything's going smooth.
Okay,
as far as I'm concerned.
Thank you, buddy. Appreciate that.
That could change.
I
really wish it wasn't Bulldog weekend, but that's right.
It is Super Bulldog weekend this weekend, and that's a little chaotic. I know
a lot of people wanting.
Right, wanting his time. You talking about? Yeah. The Thursday before the Super Bulldog weekend is probably a pretty busy day. What do you
probably
think?
Like if you want to meet with boosters and stuff. Hey guys, we appreciate.
I don't see him doing that. But,
I'm just saying I could see that being required during this particular week.
Right.
But we're good because day before yesterday, he acknowledged you. Right? We'll see.
Yeah.
If you'd had no acknowledgement this week, then I'd be concerned.
Yes. Now I wish you would have replied to my text late yesterday, but
but that's
you know
okay.
what? Hey,
you know what he did? I've done this. I got to answer that, and then I just forget.
Yeah, or he could have. And my boys have tried to tell Terry this before. Hey, Mom, that doesn't warrant a response. You were just sending me information.
True.
Now to her point, I get that, but just an acknowledgement that you got it would be great.
Because how about this? I don't know.
Like an okay.
How about
gotcha.
Etiquette on that? When do you? Because I'm saying sometimes somebody like for texting back and forth, and I go, okay, that pretty much ends it. But should I say, all right, man, see you later? I don't know where to end.
Right.
A lot of times.
Because my text yesterday.
Thanks, man. Appreciate it. Okay.
Was just,
good day. Hope you have a good day.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Was just hey, we're looking forward to tomorrow.
Yeah.
And again, here's the time. All that, so he might just looked at it like, okay, guy, saw it.
Maybe. Right. Maybe so. I mean, if you want to be there, I'm gonna be there with you.
Right.
For now.
All right. So
10:30.
Have you ever? And you might just go, you know what, Speedy, I've done this before. Have you ever been in a situation and you got out of it and then you got away from it and you're like, I tell you what, I'm glad they didn't talk to me.
Oh, yeah.
Like,
you going to talk to you that way?
Like you're big and bad?
Sure. Because you can say that because you don't have to prove it.
Yeah. It's like a sticky situation. Maybe it's a fight or a big argument and you weren't directly involved, but then you get away going.
I'll tell you, if they'd took 4 more steps.
Yeah, right.
It would have had me in it.
Yeah.
Somebody got it.
Well, Nancy Pelosi is doing a little bit of that. Everybody's calling her Street Fighter Pelosi. She is saying that if things would have gone differently with the Capitol rioters, that they would have had a fight on their hands.
So Nancy Pelosi.
Yeah.
So let's back up.
Mm-hmm.
Let's say the people were trying to get to them,
right?
And they happen upon Nancy. She said she's a street fighter. She'd have whooped somebody's A. That's basically what she said, right?
She said,
"I'll whoop a man's A." You may have heard of me.
Is the word.
She said, and I quote, they would have had a battle on their hands if they encountered her, declaring she is a street fighter. She's given herself that title.
Oh, again, back to her mental state. This is more evidence that she's lost her mind. So she wants us to believe that she was going to bow up and fight.
She said,
she's a street fighter. That was her quote, right?
Right. She said,
of all people,
if they had continued and gotten to me, I'm pretty tough. I'm a street fighter. They would have had a battle on their hands.
Okay. I like to see her record of all the street fighting she's done, in her life.
I'm picturing her street fighting right now.
Nancy came from a tough background.
Boy, yeah.
A lot of street fighting going in her world.
Yeah.
She's exposed to it a lot. I guarantee you this. And first of all, it was wrong. Nobody should force their way in the Capitol.
No.
But she was downstairs, and I'm not saying I blame her. They were hiding and shaking, and don't just say stupid stuff like that.
It's the typical wait till afterwards, and I tell you what.
Yeah, I tell you, he liked to got it.
Yeah.
Keep on.
We've seen that.
Yes.
We've heard it.
Again, because you don't have to prove it.
Right.
I can say anything. Hey, if that had went on about 5 more minutes, and then I'd have been in it.
Yeah.
And somebody got it.
Yeah. Hey, if he'd have said one more word to me, That was it.
I started to hit him then, but I'm giving him 10 minutes. You know, I mean, just come on, talking junk. Picture Nancy in a fighter stance, ready to just, knuckle somebody.
I thought I was about to fight as a grown man yesterday.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Yeah, you know, that's the thing. Fighting as a kid's one thing.
Yeah.
You fight as a grown man.
Yeah.
It could lead to charges. It's always never.
You ready
good.
for what happened?
What'd you do?
All right, so I'm on this road, and the road teed. And at the end of the road I was on, there's a stop sign. You go left or right. There was no red light. Okay, are you with me?
You ain't going straight. I'll tell you that.
Right. I come up behind this car, and it's just sitting there.
Were
and so I'm
asleep?
like 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, 3. You know, I'm giving it time. I'm thinking patience.
Yeah.
And I'm seeing, okay, he doesn't have his hazards on. Nothing else there's nothing like that going on. So I'm sitting there, and I'm waiting, and to the point where I'm like, do I go around him?
Yeah.
Is he okay?
Yeah, you think you'll pull up beside him, he's going to be like,
please don't think I said 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, and then started raising Cain with him. I didn't. I sat there for a long time. So after a while, I'm like, okay, maybe I go just a meh.
Yeah.
So I do that. Meh. That door swings open.
No.
The door swings
You're
open.
You're lying.
No, the door swings open. He turns around and goes,
are you serious?
yes.
Well, what'd you do? Go, hey, buddy.
And looks at me.
He actually got out of the car.
No, he got out of the car and swung around and went, and looked at me like, what? Let's go.
Did you get out?
Huh? No, I didn't get out.
No,
I rolled the
he's
window
probably
down, and I was
crazy.
like, what's wrong with you?
What did he do?
What are you doing, left or right?
Did he give out?
And then he got back out of the car and left. Got back in the car
I got to
and
know,
left.
did he go left or right?
And he went left.
Oh, dang. What was he doing?
Greg.
It's almost like you startled him.
He didn't.
You know?
He didn't.
He jumped out.
He jumped out and spun
I
around,
wish
landed
he'd
on both, but like, and didn't say a word to me or anything. And so,
And you go, what?
So my window's down. I'm like, what are you doing? Let's go. What are you doing?
Yeah.
You know, and then he just got back in the car and left.
Well, you know, you remember the story I told a few
It's
months
the
ago.
most bizarre thing ever. I'm like, oh my gosh, here we go.
The story I told a few months back when that guy ran me off the road and got out and was saying, I know what you're doing. I know. I was going, who do you think I am?
Right, yeah.
I'm not who you think I am, obviously.
Yeah, and
I know why you're here. I see what you're doing. I was going, I just driving.
I'm talking about shoulders back, chest out. Look,
Shirt off.
and it was kind of an older gentleman too. And I don't understand what was going on with him. And it wasn't like
a quick anger.
I wasn't on his butt. I gave him room. I wasn't like pushing on him.
I'm going to turn. I need to know what you're doing.
And literally, we were sitting there for what I would consider probably 30 seconds.
I
at
wished
least.
he'd come up and drug you out of the
No
car.
traffic.
You had to deal with him.
And before anybody, we were kind of in a neighborhood area.
Yeah.
There's no traffic. So he's waiting on nothing. There's nothing coming left or right, and he's just sitting there.
You usually look quick on the horn.
But and
when you saw that door open, you thought, what is he
happening?
doing?
Well, nowadays you don't know what the heck is going on.
Seriously.
And you go, okay, well, if he starts walking towards me, I mean, I'm a grown man here. What are we doing?
I'm gonna deal with him. Don't want to.
Right? He's a little
Nobody
older.
wants to do that as a grown man.
He looked like, and I say a little older. I have to remind myself I am.
Yeah, I always do that. I don't
50.
see myself as I really am.
Yeah.
Like, look at that old guy, and he's like a year younger than me.
Right? Yeah,
oh, wow.
I am in my 50s. So but he looked as though he was probably in his 60s, maybe.
Ready to roll.
Ready to rumble.
But he didn't say nothing.
No, and when I said, "What are you doing? Let's go," kind of like. Yeah. Buddy, what? It's like he got back in his car and left.
It's almost like he was asleep and you startled him. He jumped up and didn't realize what he was doing.
Yeah, or that I was trying to start something or something like you're talking about. Like time just went away from him and he didn't realize he was there for a.
I guess.
I'll tell you this: you could have watched a 30-second commercial by the time we were still sitting there.
So you were at the point you go, okay, I'm gonna give him even longer before I do this.
Yeah.
And then you give the beep.
Right. I went in my mind, I went, all right, is he okay?
Mm-hmm.
B.
Because you were ready to rescue him if you had to.
Right. Is he parked and I just don't realize it? Is this a weird park deal here? Or is the car broke down? Is it abandoned?
Broke down. Could have been one.
So do I go around him? Or do I just give a nice little, nee. It wasn't like a, meh.
You didn't lay on the horn?
No, it was just like, beep, beep.
Beep, beep. Hey, buddy.
Beep, beep. Mm-hmm.
I call it the Dan Moultrie. Beep, beep.
Yeah. Spun around.
Ready to.
Spun around, bowed up.
God, imagine being around that guy. That made him mad.
Almost like, what are you tooting at me for?
Hey, pal.
I was like, oh, my God.
I wished he'd have got in your face. Not that y'all got in a fight, but I wish you should have been in a handle.
Well, I'm a lot like Nancy Pelosi. I'm a street
That's right.
fighter.
Listen, I'm a street fighter from way back. Me and picture Nancy in that dress and heels trying to fight.
Kid, not a lie.
Wearing a mask.
All right, we'll take a break. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Well, thank you so much for tuning in to the Kickoff Hour. This portion of the show is brought to you by Gabby.com/Bubba. That's Gabby.com/Bubba. Did you know that Gabby actually stands for Get a Better Insurance?
I didn't know that.
Gabby, GABI.com/Bubba. When it comes to homeowners insurance, car insurance, a lot of you deserve better. You don't realize it, but you're paying a whole lot more than you should be for that coverage. And what they do is they get an apples-to-apples comparison with 40 of the top insurance providers and then let you know where you stand when it comes to the rate and your coverage. So the exact same coverage that you've got, your policy stays the same, and they shop that around to the 40 of the top providers, and they come back and go, stay where you're at, you got a great rate, or you could save a whole lot of money if you move over to this company or that company. So check them out right now at Gabby.com/Bubba. That's Gabby.com/Bubba. Check them out today and see if they can save you money like they have so many others. That's Gabby.com, GABI.com/Bubba. Gabby.com/Bubba. See if they can save you some money. You can always find a link under rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button there. All right, so did you know, Greg, that when it comes to what the media does when it comes to like certain terms, the mainstream media, that the Associated Press style book is typically where they set the standard on the language that the mainstream media uses.
That they can use?
Right, yeah. So like the Associated Press style book sends out, okay, when it comes to this term, instead of using this term, go here. Okay. And so a lot of the language you hear from the mainstream media comes from the Associated Press style book.
It's getting bizarre.
It is, and I have another example of that. They are defending their attempt to phase out the word mistress.
Okay.
All right, mistress.
Mistress.
Follow me on this. So the style book.
They say that word no longer applies.
Correct. They're saying instead of using mistress, I think we need to do this. So the Associated Press style book sent out to their Twitter followers Tuesday. They tweeted out, "Don't use the term mistress for a woman who is in a long-term relationship," and I'll leave it at that, or is financially supported by a man who is married to someone else.
You can no longer call that person a mistress, according to the style book.
Right. Instead of mistress, mainstream media, this is what you need to do.
Okay.
Use an alternative like companion.
Wait a minute.
So instead of mistress, use alternative like companion.
Like?
Friend or lover on first reference and provide additional details later.
So you can use friend or lover. And what was the other?
Alternative like companion.
Alternative like companion.
Right.
I'm glad they got that straightened out.
So
now, why did they do this? Were mistresses complaining?
We felt it was better that they say the Associated Press responded Wednesday, admitting that it's problematic that an alternative term falls short because, like friend, for instance, everybody's like, well, you don't think of having a relationship that's just more than just a friendship as a friend. So you shouldn't refer to somebody as your friend that you're maybe having relations with. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's a big difference.
So that's a little off. But the AP style book says.
But again, I want to know who was offended and why we felt we needed this change.
Right. Yeah. That they admit that we got some areas to improve on, but we felt it was better than having one word for a woman and none for a man. That implying that the women was solely responsible for the affair. So, what do you call a man? An adulterer, I guess.
So they're trying to cover that way. And then plus now it covers I guess.
Yeah. So the AP style book is
gender, what I think I am, what I'm not.
Right. It's saying you're calling out a woman for this relationship
where it doesn't. Okay.
Yeah. Right. So use alternative like companion.
Alternative like companion.
Can you believe that?
Hey, are you?
This is how
alternative like companion.
Yeah.
My God, that's weird.
We felt it was better than having one word for a woman and none for the man.
Well, I'm glad they cleared that up. What if you were what is it called? The style police? What are they called?
The style police. Kind of. They are the Associated Press style book.
Okay.
And they set the standard.
So mistress is just one. It just refers to a woman, is what they're saying.
Mm-hmm.
So we need a term that
we
covers everybody.
Correct. Yeah, you're
Well,
not.
I'm glad we got that figured out.
What do we call it? What do we call a man that's stepping out and doing this?
Yeah.
Why is it just mistress?
Okay.
We got to change that.
Well, let's
Police.
get that straightened out there, stylist. Thank you, Style Police, for that.
Wow, some of the comments here are pretty entertaining, to say the least. Good night alive. Just a couple of more headlines here before we get to top of the hour, and I know the guys will kind of jump on it a little bit more. I see where we have Brett Favre that has come out and said he would like to see a game and just the sports be involved with the game and not the politics. I want to absolutely just watch the game. Could we please separate politics and sports?
I think I'm going to agree with Brett right there.
I do. I like that one.
Let's play ball. Okay,
Right.
Let's talk about what's happening on the field.
Yep, I agree with Brett.
Come on.
A woman has been duped into thinking she was engaged to Prince Harry and is seeking legal action, calling for his arrest.
All right, time out. So, Prince Harry.
Yep. Prince Harry.
Does she not see that Prince Harry actually has a wife?
An Indian lawyer was
Right.
duped into believing that she was in a relationship with Prince Harry and then attempted to seek legal action against the royal for breaking a supposed promise to marry her.
Now, I've never seen him face to face, obviously,
Mm-hmm.
but somebody had duped her, claiming that it was Prince Harry, and she believed it, and up to the point she even believed they were getting married. Is that what you're telling me?
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
like I say, she obviously has never met him one time.
Mm.
So somebody pulled one on her.
Yeah. The woman even claimed that she had been sending messages to Prince Charles informing him of his son's engagement to her.
I bet Charles
The
was
paper
like,
writes
"That's
here. She called for the court to instruct police to arrest Prince Harry so they could wed without any further delay.
Okay, we see what's going on here. Cuckoo. Cuckoo. Wow. So she sent some letters to Prince Charles. I don't know if you know, but I'm engaged to Harry. Just letting you know.
Yeah.
So wait a minute. She wants the police to arrest him to bring him there so they can be married.
Yeah, just immediately.
So
no more delay. The
I'll
plea
take you into custody so you can marry this woman because you told her you would.
Now the plea has been dismissed by the justice,
I figured it might be.
who called the woman's tale nothing but just a daydreamer's fantasy about marrying Prince Harry.
You think? You mean to tell me the police didn't go arrest him and bring him over there and make him marry her?
Night alive.
I tell you what.
Huh? We got some,
Of course,
we
she
got
could
some
be
wackos out there.
She
don't we?
could just be his alternative other or whatever it was called.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. What did we call that?
Alternative person.
Yeah,
other,
not a
this,
friend
this,
and not
that, and there.
Yeah, and not and not a lover. Not a friend, not a lover. But
Not a mistress.
No. You can't do all that. You can't just call it a mistress like it is. You know?
Wow. She should have went that route.
I'm sitting here trying to find it now. What's wrong with us? We can't remember.
I need
The
you-
alternative,
that-
what was it?
I don't know.
Companion. Alternative companion?
One
like that?
companion. I think there was a letter. I mean, a number in there at some point.
It's so confusing. The word police, the AP styles.
Wow.
All right, we'll take a break. We'll come back. Rick and Bubba join us for the main show. Busy show on tap today. And we thank you for so much for listening and watching to the Rick and Bubba Show. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
6 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is the number. This hour of the Rick and Bubba Show, as is tradition since the attack on America back on 9/11. Here's our national anthem. It is 8 minutes past the hour. How about from the Rick and Bubba Broadcast Plaza and Teleport? It is time for another day. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy out today, vacationing with family, but the rest of us all here. And Eddie Van Adler, Speedy, and Greg gave you a kickoff hour on the Rick and Bubba Radio Network, our YouTube channel, our TuneIn app, our podcast archives. And if you don't get it on your Rick and Bubba radio station, there's ways you can go grab it in the archives if you would prefer. But you can hear us, most all the stations on the Rick and Bubba Radio Network carry it as well. And thanks for all of you. If you joined us today, we're glad you're here, however you got here. Look over there. There sits the other half of the two sexiest fat men alive. Most of you know him best as the pride of Cedar Springs, Alabama, but let's get in greater detail. Silver Tongue One, the man with the golden voice, professional lunch eaters, man of the year, the inventor of pizza and a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Howdy, Bubba!
How about it, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, associates everywhere, come on in. It's Rick and Bubba.
Color, not the TV show, but the band.
I saw him one time. Put on quite a show.
Yeah, out there in front of the Stones. That's
yellow jumpsuits on.
Well, you know how sometimes it's all the road that you are on where you ended up somewhere. See, for me, when it comes to the group Living Color, I had already seen the lead singer in Platoon.
Yeah.
So I knew him as an actor. So it was weird for me to see him as the lead singer of a band, but for others who had never seen him as an actor, they're like, "What? This guy's in movies?"
I know.
So it's all according to how you got there.
Huh.
Yep.
Yeah, I said he was the guy that stabbed himself in the leg to get out of there.
Wow.
we got to get out of here. So,
I'm out.
Yeah, that's it. But they were a extremely talented band, and I don't know if they're even doing anything.
I don't know.
But they were really, really good. And they had it going on there for a while. Yep. Well, I mean, if you're opening for the Stones, that's a pretty good tour.
Yeah, you know what? You've passed a few milestones there.
Yeah.
If you got that thumbs up.
Yep. You saw them at Legion Field, didn't you?
Yeah, I did.
Yeah.
I did.
On the
Back when I had upper deck and was just slam full.
Yeah. Well,
they said, I think it was 65,000 in there. Of course, they had people all over the field, too.
well, sure, Bubba. Yeah. Ain't no telling how many they had in there.
Oh, yeah, it was.
But the old gray lady was packed. and what's funny is that we were making fun of the Rolling Stones' age then.
Then, yeah.
Then.
Right.
Yeah.
Then.
In their 50s then.
Yeah. And
Or
remember
40s?
it was called the Steel Wheels Tour?
Yep. Yeah, and everybody was joking, calling it the Steel Wheelchair Tour.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Everybody's like, you're too old for this. And
Now
they're
they're in their
still going.
70s.
Still going.
You and I weren't even doing a show then, right? I mean, that's how,
Congratulations.
and everybody,
guys.
and we were calling them old then, making fun of them, doing geriatric jokes then.
Yeah, we had parody songs of them singing things that were, dealing with being older.
Oh yeah, and you know what? They were probably the age we are right now.
Yeah, it's incredible. Hats off to you, gentlemen. I don't know if you made a deal with the devil or what.
You may have,
but let me tell you what, you have beat all expectations.
Yeah, when you finally go on in and tell Robert Johnson, we said hello. I mean, that's, I don't know what kind of deal you guys may have cut, but there you go. So we will unpack again today. I tell you what kind of got my day started on a little bit of an exciting note, and I don't know if you saw it. I'm trying to see who I was on the email, but I was checking email when I settled today, and we got an email from Joe out of Missouri, and he's sending us. You're on there, Bubba. The rest aren't. He's sending us a screenshot of his TV or a TV somewhere, and it says for Missouri, State House endorses end of time changes. He said, looks like in Missouri we're getting a step closer to being done with this madness. Yeah. This is progress I can get behind. So Missouri looks like they're moving that way.
Yeah, congratulations.
Yeah, and I told him, what I said? I said, well, just a pat on the back to you and the folks in Missouri. We know they're the show me state. You know what they keep saying? Somebody's got to show me why we need to continue this.
Watch me.
All right, so let's just go ahead and talk about the elephant in the room. Let's just get it out there. We're supposed to interview Mike Leach finally today.
This is one of the. Let's just get it out
there. Let's just have a talk about it.
This is one of the long-running interviews that we have wanted to do for many, many years since Mike Leach burst on the scene in college football, and he's got quite a track record, Rick. And I mean, crossed some old paths with us.
Yep.
But we've always enjoyed his press conferences. We've always enjoyed his comedy and his humor. We were hoping he would get to the SEC. We tried to get Tennessee to look at him at one time.
We did.
And we're glad he's in Starkville now. But we've had this strange thing. We couldn't get with him to get him on the show.
So today, and I know. Look, I can already hear some of the things we're going to hear if and when it happens. Okay, and that is we're going to have the ones that watch Rick and Bubba University, and they're going to say, well, why is he not on Zoom or why is he not in the studio? Look, we just got to get him how we can.
He's busy.
If he gets on a good landline, that's my prayer that it will be a good phone.
Good.
Look, Adler can show you some pictures of him if you'd rather watch it on our YouTube channel or however. We're just going to interview Mike Leach, okay? And this is the and look, you the audience did it. We were not able to book him through normal channels. Just couldn't do it. Couldn't make it happen. And his bizarreness owns us. And we're going to see if we can't, for 45 minutes, live in the Mike Leach world today.
That's right.
So, and we'll see. Now, tomorrow, you may come to this show tomorrow, and we're like, well, you can't even have a Mike Leach.
Yeah.
I mean, so we don't know.
Yeah. Rick, here's the thing, too. I don't care how we get him. I mean, he can send in Morse code or smoke signals. We just want to get him on.
Yeah. I mean,
and look, in all fairness, the show is done live early. A lot of people are not at the office that time. They don't start their day. So sometimes live interviews on the show can be more difficult. And a lot of people have scheduled things in the morning. So hopefully this will work out.
We'll see. We'll get you an update on it tomorrow. Bubba. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
21 minutes past the hour. How about you? All right, so let's get into some updates that we have for you. Stories that we brought you. Let's start here.
News update. It's a Rick and Bubba news update. It's a Rick and Bubba news update. It's a Rick and Bubba news update.
So let's go to the Capitol riot. Back to that, the police officer that did shoot and kill Ashli Babbitt. It looks like that this police officer that shot and killed one of the rioters will not be charged. Will face charge. Won't be charged in the shooting of this.
Now, Rick, can you clarify those comments?
Well, I'm trying. I'm doing my impression of the news. So this officer will not be charged.
Right.
Correct.
And probably shouldn't be.
And probably shouldn't be.
I'm amazed that there was not a whole lot more people shot. I'm amazed that you can get that far in the Capitol building without them unloading on everybody.
Well, what you're going to see in this, and I don't think the officers should be charged based on what they were facing, but what you're going to find here is magically, when it comes to the Capitol riot, Ashli Babbitt is going to be held accountable for her actions that got her shot.
Right.
But then in other stories, when other people's actions get them shot, then it's the police's fault.
Yeah, well, that's a fair point.
Yeah,
but just in this particular case,
right.
I mean, we have to protect the Capitol building. And if you think, well, this was justified or whatever, or not justified, far as the officer, just put another crew in there that's invading. Let's say it was Chinese nationalists. Let's say it was Cubans. Let's say it was any other group than the group that was there. How would you feel about it? What would you want them to do? So we have to protect the Capitol.
You want to know what's a little interesting and something I never even knew until last night?
Unless you're going to declare all-out war and go for it.
But first of all, this wasn't a Capitol police officer that shot her. It was some type of a bodyguard or security person for some senators or somebody. I don't know who exactly it was, but it wasn't a police officer in uniform. Secondly, I had never knew it, but the Capitol Police were actually standing behind her when she was shot. They were in the stairwell going down, and I'd never even knew that until Tucker Carlson showed video last night of the Capitol Police, a couple of them, 2 or 3 of them, standing behind her once she was shot. And again, I'm not trying to say that the guy should be charged or not charged, but Tucker basically was doing the comparison between they're keeping the name private. We don't know the identity of the officer that shot her, but yet in other situations we're giving the name out,
where they live,
addresses where they live, and they're being targeted. He was basically giving the comparison. And this is the video he showed last night. She was unarmed and trying to get through that little portion of the I guess window of the door there, but the Capitol Police are just to the right here. Even being patted on the back and see you later kind of thing.
Yeah, but,
I never even knew that.
But if I'm a security person, I've been assigned to protect.
Yeah, and I'm not saying that they were wrong.
The people that the people coming through the door may want to do harm to. When you decide to break through the door and go into an area of the Capitol building that you're not just allowed to come and go, and you seem to be angry about something, and I'm the security officer protecting the people you're angry with. You could get shot.
Yeah.
And I'm not saying that's okay, and I just understand it, and because I'm gonna be consistent on my side too.
Yeah.
I'm gonna say if people's actions put themselves in positions that get them shot, then I'm gonna say that in all instances where I see that, not just the ones that may politically be more on my side,
unless the rules of engagement have been broken. But let's just say this: if I said to you, Rick, hey, I think I'm gonna go and storm the White House today, what would you tell me?
I would say, buddy, look, there's a chance you can get shot.
If I said, hey, Rick, I'm going to go storm the Capitol today, what would you say?
I said, man, be careful. You could get shot. I don't know if I'd just go running up in there like I mean to do harm, or I mean to tear something up.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And I agree with all that, but it is weird to me, though. Why all that was going on, we had one person shot. There were so many people doing the same thing. It's her. Again, listen, when you decide to go through a window, I agree with you 1,000%. But I'm just saying, it just seems odd. As much mayhem was going on, there was only that one person.
I can explain that,
and I agree. I'm shocked there wasn't hundreds shot, and probably should have been.
Well, I think I can explain that. I may have acted the same way that the young man acted that just got accidentally shot by the female policeman who thought she had a taser gun. I might have resisted arrest. I might have had warrants on me, and if I'd been with different officers, I might not have got shot. But see, I don't know when I behave like that who I'm dealing with.
Right.
So what got me shot was the fact that I didn't do what the police told me to do.
Yeah.
So you said, well, now one policeman might not have shot you. You're right. Maybe not. Maybe one policeman would have got the taser correctly.
Yeah.
But what got me in that situation is the way I'm behaving.
Yeah.
In all these situations, the behavior had been different. Nobody would have
Right. And I think that was the conversation last night was that neither situation was right. And nobody should ever have charged the Capitol building, but how they're being treated post is what's different. And you're living in two Americas when it comes to
we all know
if you stay outside and you chant and you cheer, you still on the news, you're not shot. You start breaking down barricades, you're in a mob, it's out of control.
Resist arrest.
What I didn't know is that the Capitol Police were standing behind her when she was shot. Yeah. I didn't know that until the video last night.
And that's okay. And I hate that's happened, but I go back to the point I just made. But when you put yourself in a position that you're dealing with security people, police people that their job is to protect the public or to protect people, and you're acting in a way that elevates their situation, you are increasing your chances of being shot. If you're not breaking through places, if you're not trying to flee, if you're not trying to fight them, all these things come into play no matter what your political views are. But I will acknowledge, okay, don't think I'm not acknowledging this. If President Trump was in power and anarchists and leftists tried to storm his situation and Trump's security team shot them, we would be screaming for prosecution of all security people. I understand that, so don't think I'm missing that.
Yeah.
I completely know that would be the case. But Rick is still consistent in the conversation of
I am too.
Your actions in putting yourself in these situations with people in law enforcement or security, you have to take some responsibility that your actions put you in harm's way.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah. And that was the discussion. Please don't misunderstand what I'm saying.
Yeah.
That was the discussion last night. Is that your actions got you in the situation?
But the discussion was it's
the
reported.
The video that was released last night.
I got all that.
Was never seen. I had not seen that.
Nobody wants to go after this security person or police officer that was not in uniform because of who was coming in. Now I got all that.
Yeah.
But
look, don't storm the White House. Don't storm the Capitol building. Don't storm whatever federal buildings. Leave it alone. You'll be fine.
And also, don't resist arrest and try to flee the scene when the officers.
You shouldn't.
When you have outstanding warrants and they've pulled you over and they're trying to get you in custody to discuss the outstanding warrants. Don't wrestle away from them. Jump yourself in the car and try to drive off.
Those are all bad decisions.
Those are all bad decisions
that will get you killed.
Right, and so we. But Bubba, we'll get back. Nancy Pelosi said she didn't need any security. If she had been in harm's way when the Capitol rioters came in, they might have been running in some tough business dealing with Nancy.
I don't think that's exactly what she said in her speech when this was over, when she was wanting everybody prosecuted.
I know.
And wanted Trump prosecuted for it. That's not what she said.
We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba.
It is 35 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. Let's go with it. All right, so we'll continue some stories and updates on today and your phone calls coming up, too. I do want to point you to allforum.com/Bubba. All of us want to be comfortable in our home, at the office, but how much longer are you going to tolerate that old worn-out chair or couch? Sherry and I love the new Allform chair at the family farm, and I know you're going to love this furniture in your home, too. It's truly outstanding, high-quality, handmade in America furniture, including armchairs, sofas, sectionals, love seats at affordable prices. It's all customizable, and I love that. And they ship it right to the door from the factory in beautiful North Carolina, right here in the USA. You pick the fabric, you pick the color, you pick the leg types that you like, sofa sizes, shapes. Make sure it's perfect for you and your home, or maybe, like I said, even the office. You got kids or pets, don't sweat that. You're going to love all the fabrics. Are spill, stain, and scratch resistant. They really do have something for everyone. Various armchairs, love suits, all the way up to an 8-seat sectional sofa. So you're not locked into anything. You can start small, then buy more pieces in the future as you need it. If you go to some of the old-fashioned department stores or even a furniture store, you're going to waste a lot of money on what really turns out a lot of times to be cheap furniture made with cheap materials from overseas. It also likely take weeks or longer for it to arrive. But at allform.com/Bubba, your furniture arrives fast. Shipping is always free. You could have your new chair or sofa in 3 to 4 days, customized exactly the way you want. And also, no screwdrivers or tools needed. They've got the set-to-go tools, and they're free in there for you to put together, and it's not much at all. If you're worried that you're not going to like it, that's not a problem either, because they give you the 100-day free trial with free returns and a full refund. Go to allform.com/Bubba. Save 20% off anything you buy, and you'll get a forever warranty. That's Allform, and I did say forever. That's allform.com/Bubba. Save 20% off anything you buy. There's also a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. So we mentioned going to the break, finishing up. So right now, the police officer that shot and killed one of the Capitol rioters right now will not be charged. And Nancy Pelosi was asked what would have happened if she needed to fight off the Capitol rioters on January 6th. And she said, now this is Nancy Pelosi.
My favorite word is the word. The word. Isn't it a beautiful word when you think of it? Word.
She says they would have had a battle on their hands, talking about the people coming in the Capitol, if they had encountered her declaring, Bubba, wait for it, she's a street fighter.
Please just picture it.
Yeah.
That's what they were setting out to do, acknowledging the rioters had intended to reach herself as one of the prominent targets. If they had, she continued, well, I'm pretty tough. I'm a street fighter. They would have had a battle on their hands.
That's good.
Nancy,
that's good.
I've seen you, and God
Rick,
love you.
Remember when she kneeled? They were kneeling, wearing that African garb, and she couldn't get up.
Yeah, she couldn't even get up. Nancy, you're. That's just. I mean, you don't really mean. Are you being funny? Because that's just delusional. I mean, that is. I don't think that a woman at this stage of your life is going to fight off too many people. I mean, I just don't.
Look, Rick, if you live in the make-believe world that has become the U.S., look, just say anything. You know, why stop now?
But we've all met those people that, after it's over, I tell you what.
Do what I'd have done.
I mean.
Hey, 5 more minutes.
Yeah.
Now, when she was testifying in the aftermath of the rallies, when they were wanting to bring up impeachment charges again on Trump, you remember, she was talking about how she was under the table and fearing for her life.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I thought she was ready to whip somebody.
Yeah.
When it was convenient to be terrified so we can impeach Trump, that's what I am. Now that it's over, I'm Billy Bad. So look, but
they had their hands full.
Bubba, are you saying
if you're so full of it as she is anyway, and you've told as much bull as she has over the years, why not? Just go for it. Yeah. Would y'all expect anything else?
And didn't AOC claim that they were close, that she was scared, they were nearly at her, and come to find out that nobody was anywhere near her?
She was in their office, and they were nowhere near there.
Yeah, it was not in the Capitol.
It's like Bubba said.
AOC was in a totally separate building. Her office is not in the Capitol. It's in an office building down the street.
Greg,
there wasn't anybody around it.
I know we're shocked. Politicians grandstand and pretend, and that's all this was. If you've been, so you just, if I need people to have a bleeding heart for me, I'm terrified. Now that I've got what I wanted, I'm Billy, like Bubba said. And it all, and
she doesn't realize how ridiculous that looks.
Well, Greg, they also you can't. They think we can't reason out how inconsistent and how much garbage that all is.
I know.
Yeah,
but with all the stuff you have shoveled over the years, and people, and you're still in power, you're still Speaker of the House, you're third in line to be president. You're running things through the Congress now. You're even look. The one thing that you don't have total control of, you don't like, is the Supreme Court. You're going to try to put 4 more justices on there.
I saw that.
So, and you're pushing the liberal left wing agenda, things that would not get approved by Democrats or Republicans over the last 50 years. Now you're trying to run it through as infrastructure bills and COVID relief bills. And you know what? Why not? Why would she act any different, y'all? Really?
So now over to the Duante Wright shooting. Ex-Minnesota police officer Kim Potter, because she has been removed, is to be charged with second-degree manslaughter. Local prosecutors in Minnesota are expected to charge the former Brooklyn Center police officer Kim Potter with second-degree manslaughter in the death of 20-year-old Duante Wright. And civil unrest continues with all that.
This is still one of the most bizarre things. And again, I think the rioters are going to they're going to bleed off the energy around this to actually maybe have some positive reforms that everyone wants to look at. But and we've talked about this. The guy shouldn't have run. He had warrants. But the police officers, which have an impossible job, and overwhelmingly, I think, are professionals and do a wonderful job. I just don't know how in the world you pick a gun up when you think you're getting a taser. Yeah. And there's pictures of her with this equipment on her belt. The taser's on her left side. Her service revolver's on her right side. I just don't know how you do that. And the police are the first line of our government who has the ability to use deadly force, and they just have to be almost perfect. I mean, it's they've got to go the extra mile to secure people and bring them in and let them face the charges. That's part of our due process, that we harp on all the time. I just don't know how that happens. So I don't know what else you can do in that situation. I don't think she did it because of a race situation. She's been an officer for 26 years, and as far as I know, she doesn't have any history of racial issues or anything. So I don't think she thought, well, I have a young black man here, I think I'll shoot him.
No.
And some people are trying to portray that.
Which is ridiculous.
Which is silly, too. But again, she used deadly force in the wrong situation, and she's going to be held accountable for it. And I think that's what everyone is always saying they want is accountability, and she's been fired, and she's going to be put on trial now. So.
Maximum penalty for this charge, 10 years in prison. Now, that's the maximum, so we don't know how that'll end up. But she is going to be charged, and it looks like they're going to bring second-degree manslaughter forward. And you make all the points. I mean, but again, it's all working together. At the end of it all, everyone that is put in these positions are held to an extremely high standard. 26 years, had she never been put in duress before? I mean, had she never been in a situation where somebody tried to flee? Because in order for you to get that wrong, you almost have to not be able. You had to panic. You had to panic a little bit. And 26 years, and I'm panicking over someone breaking free, getting in the car, and trying to flee from us. Now again. Back to Dante's responsibility. See, I don't know if I'm out there dealing with law enforcement who can handle duress and who can't. So I try not to put them in duress.
Yeah.
Because I don't want to put myself in a position where maybe somebody can't tell the difference between
make a mistake.
But she still has to be held accountable for the fact that she did make the mistake.
I've always, and I told my kids, and I know y'all have too, do whatever the police tell you to do. Even if you think you're being told wrong, do what they say. You'll have your day in court. You can argue your side of it. On the side of the road with pistols, it's not the time to make your point or try to make your escape. And, and the other side on her part, she was like a 26-year vet. She was actually head of the local police association. So she also had the confidence of her officers to be in that position too. So I don't know. It's just very, very strange. Also, clearly he was running. He didn't appear to be turning to shoot at her.
No.
So I don't know.
Well, the fact she's saying taser, taser, taser,
right?
Before she shoots, she obviously thinks that's what she has.
She thinks she has the taser, so she's trying to respond with the appropriate amount of force. She just picks the wrong weapon.
Right.
So does the taser,
which is unacceptable? You can't do that.
Yeah. No. Does the taser, is it built like a pistol? Does it have the same
grip?
It does. Yeah.
Well, maybe they need to change that.
That's one of the things I thought about is that. But if I grab it and I'm not looking at it, and it feels like a pistol.
Yeah, because this is all happening in real time.
Real time, real fast.
Right. I got you.
So what I'm wondering is maybe it shouldn't feel like a pistol.
Yeah, maybe it should feel like something else. I don't know, like a remote control or some other type of weapon. I don't know.
Your phone calls are next at 866. We Be Big. We'll chat with you.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I can't start another.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
9 minutes to the top of the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us.
Ooh, there is no other.
Rick and Bubba.
To the phones we go, and lines are available. Louisiana checking in. Brian standing by. Brian, how you doing, buddy? Welcome to the show.
I'm doing well. How we doing, guys?
Fired up and ready. Let's go. Let's go, Brian.
Yes, sir. I just want to make a point. I've been a constable for 13 years, and we go through rigorous training for stressful situations to know which weapon we're choosing for that situation. And for you to tell me that you have drawn your deadly weapon, which is a Glock or a SIG, and you're yelling taser, taser, taser. And yes, a taser is shaped like a weapon, but it is like a third of the weight of a fully loaded weapon. So you cannot tell me that, I mean, that's just ignorant. It's not a mistake. That is just, I mean, me as an officer, I go out there every day knowing that my life is on the line, but that right there is just plain D negligence and ignorance.
All right, so explain this to me, and we had other officers say the exact same thing you said. If you've been properly trained, the weight of the two alone tell you the difference.
Yeah, said blindfolded, you ought to know which one.
But how does an officer that's been serving for 26 years, it's obvious she thinks she's got the taser, or she just shouts taser, taser, taser for no reason. Maybe maybe she has taser Tourette's. I mean, that doesn't make any sense. That doesn't make any sense. She thinks that she's tasering him. It's obvious by what she said.
Your weapon is black.
No, I got all that. Brian, I understand. I got all that.
Yellow, orange.
Yeah. I got all that. But what I don't understand is then how does she make this mistake? Because it's obvious. You're saying I have no idea how anybody could, and I agree with that. But yet it happened. So I guess what I'm trying to understand is this someone that has never been put in duress before? Because, you know this well I do, Brian, and just what you're talking about. And every officer I've ever known, and I have dear friends that have served at every level of law enforcement, and they say we don't know who's who till they're actually taking live rounds or they're in a real situation. Training is not the same as being out there. But 26 years? So do you think maybe she just didn't get put in these situations very often? I mean,
more than likely. I mean, because before I was in a constable, I was in the military.
Yeah.
So everyone is trained as a soldier, okay, male or female. But there's a difference being trained as a soldier and actually going into combat.
Of course, yeah.
Most females will not go into a combat situation, okay? So, like if you're a medic, and yes, you do carry your firearm, you are in a combat forward position, but you've never had to draw your weapon, okay? But all of a sudden, a freak thing happens, and now you're being forced to draw your weapon.
Yeah.
Okay? I haven't been trained enough to be in that stressful situation. And, I mean, I understand that, but for 26 years wearing that shield on your chest and putting that vest on every day, there was a lack of training.
Yeah.
Because there's continual training. I mean, every month we pick something that is critical to our defense.
Can I ask an uncomfortable question, Brian? If you don't want to answer it, you don't have to. But
Go ahead.
I know what you're going to ask.
you know, I kind of wish we'd stop all the patronizing and pretending and just be real about the real world, not this pretend world we're all in now.
Yeah, exactly.
Do you think because the fact that she is female, do you think that there's just an instinctive thing in men that when women are in these type of situations that maybe the 26 years because of her gender, we didn't put her in the same situations we would men?
I'm willing to say no. I work with women.
Yeah.
I've got 6 ladies on our department, and I would put my life in their hands any day of the week.
And so they do get they get put in stressful situations just as much.
So this failure, I guess, and what Rick's trying to say, you got a couple of issues. One, you're saying female you rule out. But I think what Rick was saying is it possible in this department, because she was female, she may not have always been on the very front of the physical altercations. Maybe she was always assigned easier positions and just wasn't ready for this.
Most definitely. I mean, management is, whether you're wearing some stars on your collar or whatever, they make decisions where they put people.
Yeah. Right.
And they might put her on Rainbow Lane and Gumdrop Street,
No, she may be the crossing guard, not the first one to send out to break up a riot. And it may be because of her physical strength and size.
Yeah, there was something, but
not necessarily female. But you make the point; they're going to assign people they think are best for each situation. And I don't know. We're playing armchair quarterback here. So
I think we're getting a pretty good, consistent view from people like you, Brian. You're not the only one in law enforcement that say this is not the training, and if this officer, male or female, did this, there was a breakdown in proper training somewhere.
Well, I'll tell you this. There's going to be an inquiry made. The state's going to go in and go through them with a fine-tooth comb. They're going to look at their training rig. They're going to say, when was the last time she was trained on her taser? Was it the very first time and never retrained?
Yeah.
They're going to, when was the last time they were in a close quarter combat where she had to be manhandled and still be forced to protect her weapons. There's going to be numerous things that's going to come through. So whether she gets her full run 10 years in, mistake is a mistake. But it's not a mistake when it is a corporate thing, when the whole situation, the training is not being done as it needs to be. Quarterly, monthly, there should be something that is being tested every month. It really does. We're out here and we got this word called it slipped my mind. But when you're in a routine, okay, everything is routine traffic stuff. There's not a such thing. You don't know who you're rolling up on. You got to treat it like it's your very first one every time.
Yeah, and
because it's not.
Yeah. Do you think too? One of the things I thought when I heard this, she was training another officer while this was going on. Do you think she maybe even got distracted trying to help this other officer and tell them what to do, and she got off her thought process of what she needs to do?
Well, Speedy made the point. He's cuffing. He's cuffing the other officers, cuffing the person that they know the warrant now is out there, and that he had actually been charged with armed robbery. We've seen those pictures. Of course, you won't see them everywhere, and she says to him, "Let me do that." And when she makes that move, that's when he jumps in the car. So it looks like she was trying to train. Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
6 minutes past. Yeah, we're laughing and we're joking and we're feeling all right. You got the Rick and Bubba Show. From the broadcast plaza and teleports to everywhere. Speedy, Greg, Adler, all here. Helmsy vacationing with family. And welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussy.
Rick, glad to be here. Thank all of you for joining us for the little party we call Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba. So we now, today's the day, Bubba. We hope it happens. We have worked and worked and worked to interview Mike Leach, the unique, the sometimes bizarre, very, very eclectic. He is a different dude. And today we get to talk to him for 45 minutes. Our two concerns: will he actually call?
Right. Well, okay. That's always
right. The audience, if we get this done, the audience once again has come through.
They have. Now I'm concerned because I have a lot of confidence in Speedy, but anytime we have these interviews, there's some nervousness on his
anxious. He gets anxious. He does get anxious.
And, to add to that, which is making me a little nervous today, with Helms being gone, now Speedy's in charge of breakfast.
Yes, he is. That's a lot of pressure.
And I'm nervous about that one, too.
Right.
So.
Now, I'm debating on whether I should tell you this or not.
It's just a lot to handle,
it is.
Speedy. It's no reflection on you. It's just, I wouldn't want both of those on my plate
Breakfast
today.
and Legion one day?
That's
Come
too
on.
much.
No, that's look, I wouldn't want both of those.
Yeah, now you have them in the proper order. You're getting the breakfast
right.
Now, I debate on even bringing this up to you, Bubba, because I know you're trying to do better. There's a refrigerator in there full of Buffalo Wild Wings.
No, that's right. I forgot about that.
Yeah.
That's good.
I know you've gone through the crackers a lot.
Because I walked in and
I love just old crackers.
Yeah, who does?
Fill the gap.
Who
you know what I mean? Bridge.
I walked in and you know how sometimes you walk into the kitchen in there and you never know what you're going to expect.
Yeah.
I mean, you never know what to expect. And all the different sauces were still lined up on the table. And I said, everybody planning on taking home Buffalo Wild Wing sauce? Why are those things not in the trash? And then Greg opened up the fridge. He said, this is why. I said, so they're still in play. Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Were those sauces supposed to be refrigerated?
Well, if they were, it's unfortunate. But I don't think so. Yeah. I mean, I don't know. Yeah, that's just. I don't know how long ranch works out there on the table.
Yeah,
but, we got into. But anyway, we need to discuss because we got to make this 45 minutes count.
Oh yeah,
today.
Yeah, we got to hit it hard.
And I don't want to chase a bunch of rabbits, but there's so much you can unpack.
Now, if he wants to chase rabbits, I'm fine with that.
Because here's the thing. I'm interested. I'm really a man at battle with myself, and 45 minutes ought to allow for this to happen. There's the obvious, and that is I'm just interested on what it was like to come from the Washington State world into the SEC in a pandemic. What was it like coaching through this pandemic?
What a bizarre trip
that's a bizarre world. Mm-hmm. But then there's the whole world of just Mike Leach, the very, very interesting human being on anything. I mean, you could literally be talking Bigfoot. I mean, you could be it could be anything.
Sure.
So we got to be sure that our question pool is maybe a little more planned out than normal. Which I like, just kind of having a general idea, but kind of letting it flow. But I think we need to tighten up and know more of what we want to ask him, and I think that's where the listeners will help, since the listeners got this interview set up.
Yeah, see, I don't.
Are there particular questions that you want us to ask him?
There you go. Because I don't know whether to start with.
Because we may never get him again. Let's be honest.
How about coaching in the SEC in a pandemic?
Right.
I mean, that's very sporty, but I also would like to ask him how he feels about different dimensions.
Right.
And do we move in different dimensions? And does he think he's ever lived in another time? See? I mean, this is that's a wide range.
Yeah.
It is. And when you followed the raccoon that day, what did you discover?
Right.
Right. Yeah.
Does he still walk to work? Do you know? I mean, that was a big thing in Washington.
I know
he does that in Stark Vegas.
I know he stayed out in the new suites in the left field lounge at the baseball field for a while. They were putting him up there, and then everybody told him, "You realize we've sold these little condo suites out here. Somebody else needs them."
Yeah, I've heard a very reliable source tell me that he was just good with just living there.
Yeah, he was
in the outfield of the baseball field.
Yeah. I would go down to Key West during the off season.
Right. So they had to inform him this was not an option.
Right.
This was just a temporary setup here.
Yeah.
Because he kind of dug it. He liked being out there.
Yeah.
And if you've ever been to a Mississippi State baseball game, it's not a bad place to be.
No, and they actually host Ole Miss this weekend as part of the Super Bulldog weekend, and they've got the maroon and white game as well. So you got a lot to talk about leading up to this weekend with him.
Right. See, I don't know but if I land in sport world, can I ever get out and get to the other world?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know where we need to land.
Yeah, so we need your help on questions you would like to see us ask, and we can. I'd like to have a good list, and if we have to scratch some of them, that's fine. But I'd like to have too many than not enough.
All right, let's see what John's got. If you have any 866-WE-BE-BIG suggested questions for Mike Leach, things you want us to ask him. So, John, what have you got?
I believe he was an attorney before. He's got his law degree. So that's kind of interesting to me that he put that aside for a very, very small paying job to stay into business.
Yeah, I've heard him talk before that all of a sudden he just declared he wanted to be a football coach when he had gone to all this trouble to get his law degree, and as you said, took a job in football that didn't pay much at all, and just kind of left the whole world he had been training to be in.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, and his wife sticking with him through, them just pitching pennies like they had to.
Yeah.
Okay. Talked about that. It's pretty interesting.
All right, we got that. Thanks.
Y'all know the first position he coached?
I do not.
Offensive line in 1987 at Cal Poly.
I did not know that.
He's been all over the place.
I did not know that.
One of the most famous stories about him, and of course it's been covered, and there's been all kind of coverage of that, is when he intentionally dropped the play sheet for the team, and it was tied to Oklahoma, wasn't it? Was he with Oklahoma at that time? He was the offensive coordinator, and he let it fall out of his pocket on purpose, and the other coaches picked it up, and then he ran plays. And the genius of it all was, Rick, he had to design plays knowing what defense they would put their defense in. Then he ran other plays that took advantage of where they had lined their defense up. And it took them about a quarter to realize they had been suckered into running the wrong stuff. But they'd already scored like 35 points.
Yeah.
In 1999, he was the Oklahoma offensive coordinator and quarterbacks coach.
You're right.
That's when it
and
was.
then that was right before he went to Texas Tech.
Now, when did he?
As head coach.
When was he in with? I know he was with Mummy at Valdosta State, and then went with him to Kentucky.
Right. Yeah, it looks like from 92 to 93, he was at Valdosta as offensive coordinator, offensive line coach, and then he stayed as OC in 94, 96, and took on wide receivers and quarterbacks. Then went to Kentucky as offensive coordinator and quarterbacks coach in 97, 98. Then went to Oklahoma, then Texas Tech, Washington State, and now Mississippi State.
And who was the stud that Tim Couch didn't he? Wasn't he Tim Couch's coach?
In 97, 98 at Kentucky.
Yeah. I mean, it wasn't that when Couch.
That's when they had a wide open offense, and they beat a lot of people, scored a lot of points.
Yeah, maybe that. I don't know if that's when Couch was there or not, but it seems I know he was with Mummy there, and Mummy and him formed this offense that's all over the place.
And then they were very good at Texas Tech. Yeah, had some big upsets there.
Let's go to Josh in Alabama. Josh, welcome to the show. Go ahead.
Hey, good fellas. How y'all doing this morning?
Good. Mike Leach questions today. What do you think?
Yeah. Question for Coach. Where's your favorite place to eat at in Starkville?
That's a great one. See, that's kind of stuff I really want to get into.
Yeah.
All right, we'll come back. I know y'all got more, so we'll do that in the next segment. I like that kind of stuff because I'm over there a good bit. Any suggestion he has, I may not have thought of yet. Because you can bet old Big Papa's probably hit most of it. I might be able to help him. All right, we'll be back. We'll talk to you. Suggestions for Mike Leach interview today for Rick and Bubba University, the podcast.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
21 minutes now past the hour. Coach Mike Leach scheduled for Rick and Bubba University today. When you're taking on someone as eccentric as Coach Leach, how do you get it all in 45 minutes? I mean, we could do 45 minutes just on football, but I don't think we want to do that.
Rick, let me give you a couple of them. I've just jotted down some I thought were good that we've heard. Right. What do you do with Bama? Okay, right. How do you deal with that monster in your division of the SEC?
Mm-hmm.
Talking about, I don't know if we want to cover the play sheet thing again. It's been covered. Favorite place to eat in Starkville. If they battled in the mascots in the SEC, who do you think would win? Or what mascot do you like outside of the Bulldogs? Mm-hmm. Which ones do you like or dislike? Favorite pirate and why? Who would you like to play you in a movie when they do a movie about your life? What is your all-time – I like this one too. What is the all-time favorite quarterback you've coached and why?
All right, do you like the idea of playing off the pirate thing? This is from email. It's not mine.
Right.
Once we establish his favorite pirate, it kind of answers the question they want. What pirate would you want your team to take on as their personality?
Yeah, I mean, any pirate things I think are good. I'd like to get into interdimensional space travel, but I don't really know how to bridge that gap.
That's a tough transition.
I got an idea. What about if you said, when I was 30, I sat in the office and waited on myself.
I was 40.
40, okay,
Right.
40. But I waited on myself to see if my future self came back. Is that right?
Yeah, I
that?
explained that to a guy the other day. For 1 hour, I cleaned my desk off from 11 to 1. And just in case I left myself a note.
That's 2 hours, but still. That's
I'm sorry, 12. Did I say it? 12 to 1.
You said 11 to 1.
Because I ate from 11 to 12.
Of course you did.
And I thought, and I waited. I thought I might call myself.
Yeah.
I mean, if I don't just walk up and meet myself, because you could have a paradox, I thought I might have, done like a flash thing and put a note in, and a note would just appear on my desk, and it would be like, hey, I was here, but I can't meet you because it'll screw things up.
Right. But you got nothing.
Right. But I got absolutely nothing. So, the only thing I can deduce from that is that I will never time travel in my lifetime back in time. Right. Now I might go forward because I hadn't been there yet.
That's true.
So maybe you tell him that and transition into your question.
There's several things I might want to travel in the future and leave myself a note about right now.
Right. I just like to travel to 2022 February.
That's kind of what I was.
I know you were. I just thought I'd add on to that. You have a little fun with it.
Not quite as exact.
Justin, how are you?
I'm doing well. How are you doing?
Good. What do we need to ask Leach?
My question for him would be, if he come across a magic genie lamp, what would his 3 wishes be?
That's a good one. All right, write that one down. Joe Headland, go ahead, Joe.
The first thing I would say, now, does she look like I Dream of Jeannie?
Right. That might have something to do with your wishes.
All right.
All right, Joe, go ahead.
Monkey grass biggins on the way to Green Acres.
All right, buddy. What's on your mind?
Ask Coach Leach just a couple of questions. What's his stance on cowbells? Did he receive SEC blessings from Nicholas Magnus? Reptilians, yes or no? Illuminati, yes or no?
Okay, now you're coming alive a little at the end. Start off a little rough, but at the end you probably got some stuff. If we go Illuminati with him, guys, it could be. Stewart in Huntsville, 100.3 the river.
I don't know how to spell that, by the way.
We know what you mean. Stewart,
Hey,
go ahead.
guys.
Hey, buddy.
I think Leach is a fan of something, and Bubba may know what I'm talking about here, the multiverse, like maybe Earth 1, Earth 2, where some small details different. And so ask him, maybe in Earth 2, what's different about Mike Leach. And then secondly, the 1997 Alabama game where Kentucky whipped Alabama for like the first time in 50 years.
Okay. All right, that's a good combination. Tough one to talk about a historic football moment while also discussing Earth 1 and Earth 2. But you know what? I'm willing to try it. I'm willing to try it. I really am.
It's kind of the alternate universe theory, which I don't know that holds a lot of weight. I really think if you look at the time travel, wormhole, space-time continuum, I think that's probably a little more scientific, if I can use that term.
Sure.
For that.
Brian in Alabama. Brian, go ahead.
Good morning, guys. Hey, I think one thing I would like to hear him answer is, I just moved here from Oregon about a year and a half ago, and what his opinion of Chip Kelly is now that he is gone out of the Pacific Northwest.
Oh, a Chip Kelly follow-up. So how are you adapting to the two cultures, sir?
Well, Rick, Bubba, it's been I live in Deatsville, from Oregon. It's been a different. I think the biggest thing I would say to you guys respectfully is I manage a big company here in Montgomery, and I would say the work ethic is something I'm not accustomed to, and I don't mean that disrespectful in any way. It's just the pace, the walk-through, the follow-through of life and work requires what we do is not the same where I come from.
You say everything moves a little slower?
I wouldn't say slower, Rick. I would say I have to light fire under britches more than I'd like to. How's that?
Yeah, and that's sad because that at one time was not our culture, and it's sad that it has become our culture. But
let me say this. Let me say one thing fast for you. I would say this though: some of the most genuine people, likable people, caring people I've ever met in my life. I've got friends out at Race Brent down here in this area in Tennessee. Great area. Love the people here, though.
Have you been through a July and August and September in Montgomery yet?
Yeah, I would say that I heard all the scuttlebutt, Rick, about rain they have here. Where I come from, what you have here, guys, is not rain. I'll show you the rain in Oregon if you want to see rain. And then they say about humidity.
Yeah.
They say about humidity here. I would say the humidity here. I mean, it's some. It's not. I wouldn't call it crazy by any means.
Yeah.
It's some. It's the trees you guys have here, we would call like rose bushes back home, but
yeah, I got it.
Not nearly the friendly people we have here.
Two things real quick. How is the pollen different? Do you have the heavy pollen there that we have here?
Bubba, good point. We don't have that here. We have it, yes, not to the degree you have. My pool right now is yellow at my house, pretty much.
Right.
Yeah, everything is. What about
my beard?
What about the crazy factor of the nut jobs? It appears to us, just watching TV, that Oregon would way outrank us on nut jobs.
We are. We're crazy. It's crazy. People ask me why I moved down here. I love Oregon, but Oregon is crazy liberals. They have exactly got what they've been asking for, what they've allowed for. Kate Brown up there, she is goofier than a mud fence. And I'll tell you that there's a lot of good people. Unfortunately, Oregon's controlled, Bubba, by Salem, the capital, and the Portland area.
Yeah.
And Eugene, too. But the problem is anywhere else around those areas, eastern Oregon, real southern part, loggers everywhere, good people, hardworking people, but this problem is controlled by those three areas.
Yeah.
Did you see the movie Fire in the Sky?
Is that where that happened?
Wasn't it in Oregon?
I don't remember.
Do you know what I'm talking about, sir?
Yeah. No, he's gone.
You gone?
Yeah. Was that in Oregon?
I think it was. Up there somewhere in that logging.
Yeah.
I just wonder if he thought it was real or not.
Bottom of the hour, 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. Getting some good questions for Leach today. Hopefully it'll happen. Speedy's nervous. I can tell he's very nervous about it.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
35 minutes now past the hour. Did not know that Ozzy Osbourne did a version of Mississippi Queen.
Okay.
All right. All right. So, all right.
You know, Ozzy to me, and we talk about a lot of this with the pop bands. It seems like they overprocess him a lot too.
Well, Bubba, you better.
I don't know if he's maybe the greatest singer.
No, not a very no. I don't think anybody asked him to sing at many weddings.
He doesn't do the what is it when somebody wants to prove how good they are? They do the what do they call it? Not the classics, but the there's a term for it. I can't remember. Well, anyway, never mind. Hey, never mind.
Are you talking about American standards?
Yes, the standards.
Okay.
Yeah. So and so does the standards.
I know what we were both doing. We were enjoying him trying to figure it out.
Yeah,
and then you finally came.
Well,
to the
what
rescue.
it is, we've learned to figure each other out over the years. I think since he threw that thing out there, that classics, there it is. I think I got it.
You just to me that was always a strange word. The standards.
Yeah, me too.
What does that mean?
I know. I'm not a huge fan of it. Are you?
Well, no. It sounds ridiculous.
Yeah.
Rod Stewart does the standards.
Yeah, I don't
know.
Look, if you want to let Frank Sinatra and Bublé and them do it, and then Harry Connick Jr., but let's not get anybody else over there. How about candidco.com/Bubba? Now, if you're not happy with your smile, this is an option. And if you go to candidco.com, you'll see the clear, comfortable, removable, and practically invisible aligners that help straighten teeth. For example, we've had people that email us saying, I was about to get married and I never had addressed the fact that I'm not comfortable with my smile. Went to candidco.com/Bubba, and you know what? Was ready for the wedding. You'll see, it takes about 6 months to do the plan, but you'll see results way before then. But caution flag, there's competitors out there that try to compete with candidco.com/Bubba, but here's the difference. They work with general dentists. These people are not experts in teeth straightening. At candidco.com/Bubba, they only work with an orthodontist. That's all they work with. And we're going to get you $75 off the starter kit, so don't put this off. And these are just clear aligners. They're shipped right to you. The same orthodontist that puts together your plan stays with you through the whole process. Start straightening your teeth today and save $75 on the starter kit at candidco.com/Bubba. And yes, we do have a link as well there at rickandbubba.com, and be sure and put in the code Bubba also. All right, so here's some other some ideas on questions to ask Coach Mike Leach today. We have him scheduled for Rick and Bubba University, the podcast. It'll be out this weekend, and then we'll kind of move on. But we're going to ask you, because you're giving us some great ideas. Mm-hmm. So let's see. Let's go to let's look at Jordan.
Okay.
All right, Jordan, fire it in there.
Jordan, welcome to Rick and Bubba. What's your suggestion for a question?
All right, Biggins. Quickly, 3. 1, if you could have any superpower, what superpower would you want? 2, if you were abducted by aliens, what would they learn about the human race and Earth from you? And 3, Bigfoot versus Chuck Norris steel cage match. Who you got?
It's all good stuff, Jordan. I mean,
all right, Jordan, fire it in there.
That's pretty good.
That's a lot of good stuff.
Marvin in Missouri. Marvin, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Suggestions.
Morning, boys.
Hey, buddy.
I used to live in West Texas back in Mike Leach's Texas Tech days. And I don't know if it's a question.
Marvin,
is your phone still in Lubbock?
Marvin, I don't know why you have a sock on your phone, but take it off. and
you got to move it up to your mouth.
Move it up to your mouth.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Oh, so much better.
It's night and day, Marvin.
Oh, man, you guys got me all excited. Hey, used to live in West Texas back in Mike's Texas Tech days. Might be a sore subject. You might just kind of work it into the conversation. What's so fascinating about the guy, he is an attorney. He's one sharp dude. And when he started having trouble with Texas Tech, I think they figured out if you're going to mess around with your coach, you better make sure he's not really smart with a law degree. And he hired an attorney. I don't know if he had a coupon or what. But, man, he hired the Thomas guy.
I can't.
Man, I really wish his phone was better.
The bottom line is, I remember that.
Why did it get good and then get bad again?
Yeah, if you remember, if you remember,
so coach, what's your friend?
If you remember,
we really want to hear your call, sir. Please find a landline and call us back.
You know what else I'd like to say? Because of the limitations of the way phones sound these days, you got to get right to the heart of it. We can't go the long way home.
Yeah.
Hey, ask him about when he's at Texas Tech. You know, they got rid of him. I think they didn't realize they were dealing with someone who had a law degree. And you know, and hey, how about this? He got what he had coming to him on the way out. Might be a sore topic. He did a good. I mean, I remember that now, by the way. And he didn't.
Well, I just got an email that changed my day.
What
about him?
Really?
Mm-hmm. It's good.
Okay.
They say he is, and I quote, fired up and ready to go. They're going to get the entire Mike Leach. And he's going to be dialed in. Please send me a link. This is the guy that was instrumental in helping us. But his best friend that really dialed us in on communicating with him said he talked to him late last night about us.
All right, so
I really needed that.
Here's a good one from text. That did help.
I really
don't
needed
overhype though.
I just read.
I'm afraid that you're thinking you can have something. Be real careful.
Okay.
Don't go get to that.
Can I
point.
read what I received?
No,
I can't even read it.
What do you think?
Out
Bubba?
loud?
Should we? We're
It
so
was
close.
an email.
We're so close. That deer has
Should I have
settled
kept that
into
to
the green
myself?
field. What do you think?
Should I have kept that to myself?
Why
I
don't
just
you read
it
it
out
to
loud.
us in the break?
Yeah, not out loud.
I've already done it.
Did you?
Yeah,
you just
did
said
it.
fired up, but you didn't read the whole thing, did you?
No, it was short.
Okay.
Verbatim.
How about this one? Mike Leach, do you believe that slaw actually belongs on a barbecue sandwich?
I like that.
I do too.
I think we need to probably group them into food questions.
Yeah, burrito or taco.
Football, mascots, and then the pirates and abnormal, like everything else.
Bubba, someone agrees they believe that Fire in the Sky is the most compelling of all abduction UFO stories, but they're pretty sure it happened in Arizona.
Don't log in Arizona.
I don't know. I'm just
it's desert.
It could be way off. I don't know.
You don't log in Arizona.
No, I don't know. I mean, I went to Arizona back to Babylon.
It was up in the northwest somewhere.
Yeah, I think this is a step out. I'm just telling you. I'm more interested.
Now, if he was abducted digging sand, yes.
Now I'm more intrigued by the fact that this person agrees it's the most compelling of all UFO abduction stories.
I'll tell you what, it's one that you won't sleep well if you watch it.
Where's Arizona?
It say?
Yeah,
Arizona. Oh, come on.
Yeah.
Okay, there's mountains in Arizona.
Yeah, I will tell
Must
you.
be really north Arizona.
I will tell you this. I knew you were in trouble because this text is from a very reliable source.
Okay, well, I was wrong. It was in Arizona then. Yeah. Good enough.
How about this?
Still a very scary
How about
movie.
this?
When they put that jelly on your mouth.
It was in Arizona. Okay.
When that alien hand slaps that jelly to you, look out.
The reason why we know it's in Arizona because it said it right there. So you know
I'm good. It's Arizona.
Okay.
Fine. Arizona. I'll go
not
out there
Babylon.
I'm gonna go out there and log. So.
Not Babylon, just Arizona.
All right, so this is a
I've
question.
been to Arizona. I didn't see a lot of woods. Tucson.
so real to
Tucson's like a desert. You couldn't find enough pine trees to build a log cabin.
I can tell you the guy from Oregon wouldn't go there.
All right, so are the aliens wanting us to get rid of our nuclear weapons before they reveal themselves to us? If so,
that's too
is
serious.
it because they're good and they want peace, or is it because they're bad and they want to take us over?
Let's just go there. Let's just make it that simple. Leach, UFOs, should we be concerned, or do you think it's something that could be, are they friendly or are they after us?
Friendlies or not?
I'll tell you this.
Here's a good one. Haircut, barber or private in the office?
I like that. The thing about UFOs, though, I have to say is, you talk about procrastinators. These son of a guns have been procrastinating.
I
mean, what do y'all do something? I mean, right now, how much are you going to study us?
They might be listening.
But no, what I'm saying is that I tell you
Well,
what.
they got Betty and Barney. Hey, they got Betty and Barney Hill, and they still hadn't made a move.
If they're one,
that was in the late 50s, early 60s. When was that? And it was in Arizona.
Can I tell you this? They're incredibly mundane. Man, they won't move on to the next thing.
Right.
I mean, you keep doing the same stuff. I mean, oh, look at me. You saw me. Oh, I picked a few folks up, put them back. How much? I mean, they're not in a hurry.
Yeah.
I'll tell you that. They're not in a hurry.
Well, Rick, if you traveled light years through the galaxy, why rush now?
No. I'm the opposite. By golly, if I've traveled this far, I'm getting something done.
Right.
I'm doing more than picking up Betty and Barney and going down here and hovering over a fishing boat.
What about just a simple one here? I'm getting some of these. What gets on your nerves?
I'm going to ask him what he thinks about Cub fans. just so I can relive that one again.
Cubbies.
Tony in Mississippi.
Cubbies.
Tony, go ahead.
Yes, sir. I would like to ask him about a quarterback that he had at Washington State by the name of Jesse Brown. Jesse is currently fourth in the PRCA standings in steer wrestling.
That is interesting.
He was, I believe, a walk-on quarterback, but he was a quarterback at Washington State.
And what's that name again?
Now, Jesse Brown.
All right, Jesse Brown. Anita in Alabama. Anita, go ahead.
Good morning. I want to know if Coach Saban gave him a call and welcomed him to the SEC.
Knew that was coming. So we'll the minute
I think we can tie all of that under several of those questions. What do you do with Bama? You know, I think all
that's all. Bama's gonna have their own.
Rick, here's a good one. Do you think people should be able to keep exotic pets, exotic animals as pets?
Yeah, he and I could go run all day on that one. All right, you can email others to us. Speedy's starting to get a little more confident, and I'm going to caution you about that.
He pulled breakfast off. I'll give him that.
He sure did. I don't know. I haven't had mine yet. I'll see how it is.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
9 minutes to the top of the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. So we got some great ones. We'll work on those. You can send us others. We're working through those. It's only 45 minutes, but we're going to try to establish a relationship today at Rick and Bubba University with the Leach. Now, he doesn't get up early in our show. Some of you hear it at different times of the day. But understand that he doesn't get up early, and that's not his thing. And if I didn't have to, I probably wouldn't either. But so he has that luxury. So getting him on the live show is going to be a struggle.
It's going to have to be late.
Yeah, late in the show.
And we're going to have to become his friend for him to do that.
Well, that starts today.
Yeah.
How do we approach that?
Ask
because
him.
If you say, "Hey, I want to be your friend," it seems like you're a little needy, doesn't it?
Well, I'm going to say this. I'm going to say, look, you got to understand who you're dealing with here. We attach ourselves to guests, and we want to establish friendships, and that's going to happen today. So, if you're going to quit us, let us down easy.
Right. Hey, we'll smother you if you don't want to.
Right. Because we've been hurt in the past, and you think we learned from it. But we
love, and we love
right
a lot.
We'll
come in hard on you.
Look,
you know what I mean?
I know
we big love you.
Listen, it's hurting Bubba's feelings because he didn't want to think like this.
Yeah.
But we're getting iced by Handy now. all of our ways to contact him they're no good anymore, and he certainly hasn't said, "Hey, by the way, you need this new number." So
I guess we just moved to Tucker.
We can't even get in. If you go back to something very, very interesting, you can find it. I think we have it. I know it's out on the YouTube channel.
I think I have a nosebleed.
And I think we have it at BurgessMinistries.com. But when Sherry's book came out, we were on the Fox News Saturday version, and Tucker was the host.
Mm-hmm.
So Tucker interviewed Sherry and me.
That's right.
So
it was a great interview too,
and really leaned in when he heard some of the things that were being said, like what now?
Mm-hmm.
And I think the other two were in shock, but Tucker kept on going. But it was So that's kind of an interesting little piece of history. All right, other things that are coming in.
Wow, the questions, y'all.
Okay. You're playing a NASCAR video game. Are you the guy who turns around and goes backward and wrecks everybody?
What?
Ask Mike Leach about that.
Somebody says that they claim he swims a lot. I don't picture that for some reason.
Maybe be a big swimmer. I don't know.
He does kayaking too.
All right. Well, I guess we could, if we want to get all sports talky, which I really don't want to, but
he probably don't either.
He probably doesn't either. He probably he gets bored with sports talk about as much as we do. But the NCAA is now going to allow transfers to play college football, basketball without sitting out a season. Report is saying. Someone behind the scenes says you're about to get one free transfer with no questions asked. And play immediately.
I think that might be a fair thing to do. I know they changed it so seniors could do that. I don't have a problem with you doing it once. Now, does that mean they're not going to allow them to do that 2 and 3 times? I mean, I was looking at some of these basketball stories this week.
One time is what it says now. It looks like they're going to correct basketball too. Starting next season, major college football and basketball players will be permitted to transfer one time before graduating without being required to sit out a year of competition.
So they could still transfer. They just have to sit out and lose a year, and then they will appeal that and try. That's the thing. I mean, I was looking. Some of these guys, they're in their 4th year on their 3rd team.
Mm-hmm.
I think you got to have a balance here. Kids make the wrong choice. Situations change. Coaches change. They may not fit in like they thought they would. They may be homesick, want to go back closer to home. I don't have a problem with that. I absolutely don't have a problem. I do have a problem with unregulated free agency in college sports, where every year you have to re-recruit your whole team. A coach cannot do that. I mean, it's just impossible. You can't build a program. And what happens, you end up, you can't even make wise decisions because someone says, hey, you don't play me, I'm gone. Don't play me, I'm gone. Well, you only play so many. So what are you going to have, 5 every year come back and you have to recruit the rest of the team? I mean, there's got to be a limit on. There's a balance. Help the kids out, give them some options, but it can't be they're running the program.
Yeah, see, that's what this article does not clarify, and this is someone speaking on being anonymous.
Right. They're saying this was. They haven't officially announced it yet, but somebody behind the scenes said this is coming.
They think it'll be official coming up probably next week because the conversations end today. But here it says one time, and I hope they'll specify because I agree with you completely. You can do it. Don't have to sit out, but one time only. End of subject. Even I don't even want these other ones saying, well, only one time without sitting out, but you can do it multiple times if you do the sit out. Let's say you can transfer one time, play immediately. Period.
Right. It's a freebie.
That's the
same. They're allowing all the underclassmen the same thing they gave seniors.
Right. Leave it at that. That's fine. There should be no scenario where I can do it multiple times. And that I'm with you. That would be because that just leads to a bunch of chaos. And I think sometimes it's a mistake on the players' part because we have a whole generation of children that have been taught instant gratification.
Yeah.
No one should deny you instant gratification. You should be able to do whatever you want to do, whenever you want to do it. I'm talking about right now. You shouldn't have to be patient. You shouldn't have to work on it. You shouldn't have to go through a system. This is what I want right now. And everybody pitches a fit going out the door. At the candy aisle there at the grocery store, and we've got a whole generation of people that every time they pitched a fit, somebody gave them M&Ms. And I'm sorry to use M&Ms.
Yeah, let's not use that, Rick. Right. Well, we've all played sports, and I know thinking back to my illustrious basketball career, I was not a starter in school, 8th grade, 6-man. After that, slipped on down the bench a ways. Mm-hmm. And if you're not playing, you always think that you're getting the screws put to you to some degree, and you would want to change. I remember that feeling. You just think you're just being totally done wrong, and looking back, probably not. I mean, they were doing who they thought could win. I do appreciate my varsity coach setting me down and saying, look, you're going to be way down the bench. If you want to do something else, we'd love to have you, but you're probably not going to get a lot of playing time. So I went to the church league, and that was more fun. So, I appreciated him doing that. Our feelings were kind of hurt at the time, but it was really a good call for him and me, really.
Yeah. Top of the hour. If you leave us, have a big day. You got more Rick and Bubba. Stick around.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It is 7 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us. 866-WE-BE-BIG is the number. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, and Adler all here today. Helmsley's on vacation. He'll be back with us, I think, Monday. So I hope he and his family have a great trip. Welcome back. There's Bill Bubba Bussett.
Glad to be here, Rick. Thank all of you for joining us on the little party we call Rick and Bubba.
Thanks for all your help with our scheduled Mike Leach interview today for Rick and Bubba University, the podcast. That'll be available to you coming out this weekend. Also looking ahead next Thursday, 1 week from today, excited to be at First Baptist Church, Opelika. We'll be there for Man Church, is there in the second year of the men's discipleship strategy from themanchurch.com. Charles Billingsley, live in concert with the entire band. Honored to be there speaking alongside our great friend and outstanding singer, songwriter, worship leader. So if you'd like to be part of that, it's a $5 ticket. Find that at rickandbubba.com under events for 1 week from today on April the 22nd. Bubba, I have a Your America here for you today. Well, there's been talk that has arisen from time to time over reparations, slavery reparations, and now for the first time, a House committee has approved a bill that will study slavery reparations for the first time. Now, I don't know how in the world you make this work, but I kind of think that's why we haven't had a House committee approve a bill to study it before. Because I want you to imagine you're given a plan, okay, you're sitting down, and your assignment is that you are to figure out how people who never owned slaves are going to give reparations to people who never were slaves. Now, how would you like to walk into a committee and that's your job?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I understand that some people think that is would be appropriate, but as you stated, I don't see how you do that. I don't know. You know, maybe that's why certain things should never be done because there's no way to fix them after the fact. But it's clear our country is still having a lot of issues.
Not sure it's because of slavery at this point, but I understand, and I'm like you. I understand the darkness and the evil that slavery has been over this world for a very, very long time, and in this country. But I don't know how, at this point, you come up with what's appropriate, and then of course the elephant in the room. The people you're asking to give it and the people you want to give it to really weren't involved in it. That's the part I think that gets a little hard to figure out.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe they'll come up with some great ideas. Who knows?
So,
but I mean, you kind of would expect that with the Congress the way it is now, and the makeup, and that's what the American people elected. So we're dealing with all that now.
The bill would establish a 13-person commission to study the lasting impacts from slavery and the ongoing racial discrimination throughout the country's history. The panel would submit its findings to Congress and recommend any necessary remedies, including compensation to Black Americans. It is currently being sponsored by Representative Sheila Jackson Lee, Democrat from Texas. And it has, she says, been long overdue. For more than 2 decades before her, John Conyers, Democratic Michigan, has introduced it year after year after year without success.
Mm-hmm.
So there you go.
Well, I don't know how you'll ever filter to the bottom of that, but is the committee is this a congressional committee studying this?
The judiciary, I can't say that word.
Judiciary
committee has voted to advance the bill. Now, who will be studying it? I don't know. It just calls it a commission to study and develop.
Yeah, I mean, are you spending money on that, or is it volunteer? Does it say?
That's a good question. I really don't know. I don't know the answer. It doesn't say here. It just says a committee, but they don't really specify the things you're asking. Again, though, it's kind of
studying something and funding it is two different things. So
yeah, well, it goes back to the minimum wage. How do you put a number on something like this? I mean, if you walk out and say, "Hey, you know what? We've had our committee.
Yeah, well, let's say maybe they're going to come up with some ideas and tell us about that.
And somebody walks out and says, "We believe $750 to all Black Americans," and then we got to specify: is this a Black American that's tied actually to generations of slavery?
Yeah,
did they come here even after that? Are they who gets it, who doesn't? And then of course somebody says, "Well, $750. I don't know about $750. How'd you put a number on that?" Well, okay, $1,500. $1,500.
Well, I mean,
where do you ever land?
Do you say, well, if you accept this, whatever it is, does that mean we are done with racism, accusing of racism, affirmative action? Does it end all of that? I mean, it's just, it's a terribly complicated emotional issue, and again, probably a good reason not to open those wounds to start with.
Well, yeah, and it's back to the obvious is now you're really trying to punish people that had nothing to do with it.
Yeah.
And then you're trying to give reparations to those that never were in it. So that part is just hard to follow. It's like me trying to go back in time and fix something that time has closed and is over. And I know the case will be made that there's still ripples from that. But again, to the point you just made, let's say that I completely buy into that.
Mm-hmm.
And if there had never been slavery in this country, there would have never been racism of any kind.
Well, no, you probably still would have had that. You have it all over the world.
I'm going to say that, yeah. Right. But let's say that because that's the only way you could make this, what we're doing here.
Right.
And then I said to you, to your point, sorry about that, Black American, here's $750. So can we all move on now?
Right.
I mean, is that really where we are? I mean, that doesn't even,
yeah, that doesn't make sense.
Well, and again, I have to go back to what I said a few days ago. I think our country, no matter how you feel politically, giving a Black family the White House for 8 years, which is the max, they probably could have got 12. Because and you can't get voted President of the United States of America without a bunch of white people voting for you.
Mm-hmm. True.
I don't care who you are.
It's not possible.
So it doesn't. There are still people in this country who are racist.
Oh, absolutely.
No question. But is the country racist?
The government?
It doesn't. That to me was a moment it didn't really look that way.
Well, and then what happens as you walk this out, you end up actually doing reverse racism, trying to correct the first racism.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
And then what you do is in the minds of people who are affected by it, you don't make them come together. You separate them even more.
Yeah.
And you just keep fighting this battle over and over. So, I don't know.
Well, I think Mandela's approach in South Africa, he made that point. He said, "I understand how bad it's been." And of course, this was, in the 90s. Okay, I understand how bad this has been.
Right.
But if we're now going to get what we've been asking for and say, "Oh, now it's time to go get all those who treated us poorly,"
mm-hmm.
we're going to be a country that never ever moves forward. Now, and he did a good job of bringing everybody together. Now that he's dead and he's no longer in charge, there has been the. We want reparations, and now we're going to go grab your farm and give it to, that has taken place.
Right.
And,
where do you ever land on it? Because the people who were done wrong initially want it to be righted, but as you right it, you discriminate against people who never did anything wrong.
Right.
So, I don't know. How do you ever, it just seems like it's the perfect scenario for, to keep people
divided,
unhappy,
and divided.
Yep.
16 minutes past. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
21 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba Show. Thanks for being with us. All right, so Wheel of Meat, by the way, has already happened this week. We had that on Monday. So if you missed Wheel of Meat this week, be paying attention next week. Mike Leach scheduled for Rick and Bubba University, the podcast today. That'll come out this weekend. Bubba, the text today from you in the wee hours of pre-dawn featured the words clock failure.
Well,
what happened, buddy?
It could be cockpit trouble, meaning that the person who set the clock made a mistake, being me.
Yeah.
But I did oversleep about an hour this morning. Did I just hear something?
No, I don't know what it was.
But,
I don't know what
so,
well, I thought for a minute somebody was dropping something by the studio.
Yeah, I thought, hey, what's going
noises.
on? Good morning, gentlemen. So, Rick, I overslept and woke up about an hour late, and my alarm never went off. I don't know what the deal. I have a clock that I have used, I think, for all of the 27 years we've been doing this. It's a Scientific Oregon clock. It's an atomic clock. You know, it gets its signal from WWV.
Right.
And, really shocked that they had logging woods in Arizona.
Right, yeah.
But I would have swore that was in Oregon.
Yeah.
But it's got a battery backup in it. You know, it's supposed to do all this. And, a couple of times it's failed me on things. So it may be getting beyond its years and its usability. And I know most people use their phone. And the phone is battery powered. It ain't, it's not going to mess up most of the time. If you set it right, if you set the AM, PM correct. So, and Betty had been talking about it, I think it would be just more reliable if it was the phone. But the problem with the phone, and many of you, and that's why I'm going to the audience, because I need your help. You're going to have to help me with this. The alarm on the phone just starts wide open. No matter if it's a song or it's an alert or whatever, it's wide open when it hits. The thing I like about this clock, even though it has a very annoying alarm, it starts very low and ramps up. So it starts, and it ramps up slow enough that sometimes I hear it go off. I can get up. I can't reach it in the bed. I have to stand up, reach over and cut it off, and it never wakes Betty up. So that's the ideal scenario. Now, the phone, it wakes me up, Betty up, any dogs in the area, and possibly any wild animals in the yard.
Right, yeah.
And so I don't know why the phone alarm won't ramp up. And somebody said, well, they make apps that do have alarms that ramp up. And I went, well, that's great. So I looked at one of them, though, but it only had one ringtone to use. You couldn't plug in whatever you wanted to. And to me, that seems like that would be a simple programming thing to have the alarm ramp up as opposed to, hey, wide open right out of the gate.
Yeah, I don't know.
Is there a solution to this? That's what I'm looking for.
So when I'm on the road, I use the phone as my alarm.
I do too.
But at home, I don't.
Right.
And here's the thing I'm always trying to work on. If you put notifications off so you're not going out through the night hearing ding,
Right.
the alarm still goes off, right?
That is my understanding, yes.
Because I've always been afraid to do that in case it wouldn't go off.
Right, I do. I put mine in sleep mode and, about bedtime. And, unless the kids call, which will break through.
So what if I just have it in the silent mode? Will the alarm still be loud?
Yes.
Okay.
And the volume has no control over it. You can't adjust it, from what I understand or what I'm doing. So I need a little help on that. If anybody has any ideas, send them my way.
So why are you afraid of this? Of this? Do you think though the ramping up is it possible the ramp up didn't wake you up enough? What happened? How did you not hear it?
I don't know.
Have you looked to see if it was on the right time?
It's possible that, and like again, I'm saying I may be responsible. When you cut it off in the morning, you have to cut it back on at night. And after midnight, I should have two lights over there, one marking AM, one marking alarm on. So, and when I go to bed, I should have one on marking alarm set. It's very possible that I messed it up. I'm not blaming the clock, although 27 years into it, it's probably showing its age.
So did you? So you know me, I have of course the Bose wave radio.
Right.
Because Paul Harvey. Made
right.
me,
he
made
said
me
he
do
said
that.
you had to have one or aliens would come get you.
Right, that was it.
Right.
And I can do 2 different alarms and all that kind of stuff. One for me, one for Sherry. So, but you're looking for a phone that ramps up.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of have this built-in alarm clock anyway. A lot of times I wake up before it,
Apparently
and then
not.
I cut it off.
Not today.
Well, not today, unless I was on Mountain Pacific time.
Well,
right.
And but there's got to be a way around this, and I know that someone has bridged this giant barrier reef that I can't seem to get through.
Candace? Candace?
Hey, guys.
Hey,
Good morning.
Candace.
Yeah.
Morning.
Hey. So basically, as a fellow person that's terrible to wake up, it takes me 8 alarms to get up in the morning.
Wow.
But you can use the bedtime app or the bedtime setting on your iPhone, and that does the gradual alarm. And so you can use that, and that as far as as far as how many settings you want, a couple of multiple alarms.
Bedtime alarm?
Yeah, so, when you have on your iPhone, it has the Do Not Disturb, and then you've got the, you can set your bedtime. So, in other words, the whole phone, shuts down, and then it'll tell you what time to wake up. So, you put how many hours you want, 4 hours of sleep or whatever, and then it wakes you up in the morning gradually with that gradual wake up.
So, you're not talking about using the clock app that's on the phone to do
No,
an
it's
alarm.
the bedtime setting. So, if you set your bedtime...
All right,
Now, where is that at?
Is that on that screen where you do screen mirroring and it has the little Do Not Disturb moon looking thing? Is it there?
Yellow.
Is that where it is?
Yellow.
Candace
Candace left.
Uh-oh. Somebody didn't want her to get the information.
Is it this? Is what I'm talking about.
I can't
Is
believe
this where
a
it
cell
is?
phone dropped.
Is it on
huh?
this?
Well, I don't know. That was what I was asking. So you have a Do Not Disturb on and off, but that I don't see anything about a bedtime.
All right, Speed's looking at an app. You got a bedtime app? I mean, I use.
should be able to go to your clock app on your phone.
Well, that's how I set alarms.
She just said no.
Yeah, she just said no, though. I know how to set an alarm.
Yeah, I got that.
But she's trying to tell us how to set one that gradually wakes you up.
Right. So, I cut on my 3:35 alarm a.m. Now what? Do I edit it? No, that just changes the times.
Here comes Adler.
All right, I'm looking at this right now. If you go to the clock app, right?
Right, I'm there.
And then you've got at the very bottom it says world clock and then alarm, stopwatch, all that. Click alarm, and then at the very top it says sleep/wake up.
I see that, yeah.
Then you click set up.
Aha.
Maybe that's it. This is just a guess. I've never done this before. That's
you
just a
push
guess.
the wake up?
I don't know.
See where it says set up underneath it?
Now it's making me do some health stuff, set up health details and all this.
that.
So maybe you have to go through all that, and then
Who
you can
wants that?
I use this app right here. It's called Clock Radio, and it literally looks like a clock radio, and it ramps up. By the way.
the gravy, please? Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, there is no other. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Waking on their blubber. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Gonna be a big star. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Fat will get you very far. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Rick and Bubba's in the house. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. They all up in the house.
35 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Anybody looking to make a hire here at your company? Tread lightly, my friend. It could be an asset or a detriment. What if we told you could make your business stronger in a major way and do it for free? Absolutely. Yeah, I'm using that word, Speedy's favorite word, free. Get started posting your job for free to reach LinkedIn's vast and diverse network of 740 million professionals. All you do is fill out targeted screening questions to get your role in front of the most qualified candidates with the experience, skills, and motivation you need for your business. Then use your easy filtering and management tools to quickly review, rate, and hone in on the top candidate or candidates. LinkedIn.com/Bubba can help you hire the right person for your role fast, and I did say it is for free. LinkedIn.com/Bubba. Post for free as a listener of this show. There's also a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. And I'm going to say the word free again. All right, so here's a couple of folks that can help you. Let's start with Sam, who did tech support for Apple. Bubba is looking for a phone alarm that ramps up like the clock that he had. He had a clock failure this morning that nearly made him late. Made him late to the office.
And it could have been me, but I need to correct this and go something more reliable.
Yeah, Bubba was not late for the show. He was just late to the office. He was actually.
I like to be here an hour to 45 minutes before we start.
Right,
and I only got here like 30.
Well, let me tell you something. And look, when you get here and bang out that show prep, it shows.
I know it.
And when you don't, I can tell you just seem to be all over the road today without your show prep. So let's Adler. Here's something I want to address with you and the listeners. It's getting to them too.
Okay.
Do you know when the breaks are on the show?
No.
Okay.
What breaks? What breaks?
Because it seems that you run in.
Are we on the air right now?
Right. It seems that you run in always right at the hard break and then try to talk real fast as the bed is playing.
And nobody understands what you're saying.
We have 10 full minutes in every segment.
It works really good. I get my message out real clear.
And clear the air.
You don't take any questions.
And I say correct things, and I don't have to take any questions. Right. No, I actually said the name of the app that I use wrong.
Right.
It's not called Radio Clock or whatever it's called. It's called
got it Clock Radio.
Clock Radio.
Which is actually the name of the Wilcox Boys album.
It looks like a clock radio, which I think is cool, and you can make the screen like you can make the colors red, so it doesn't mess with your night vision, and I can just like open my eyes, glance, and I know what time it is all night long, and it does ramp up, and it's called Digital Clock, by the way. It's on the iPhone. And then I went into the alarm, I set up the wake, sleep thing in health, and now in my alarm, although I had to set it up in health, in my alarm, the sleep option is now listed with the other alarms.
And does it ramp up?
On the phones. I don't know about ramping.
We're looking for
I
ramp.
just set it up.
Don't ramp. It's no good.
No, we got to ramp. Thank you very much.
Thank you for being here very much.
So it's called Digital Clock. Right. All right, let's go to Sam.
Clock radio.
Sam in Kentucky. How can Bubba use his iPhone with a ramp-up alarm?
Hey, good morning, Greg. Good morning, Bud. 7-3, Bubba.
Hey, man. What's up?
He knows what I'm talking about. Hey, listen, go to your control center on your this will help you too, Greg. Go to your control center on your menu, and I'm watching you do it now. I can't do it on my phone. And open up, and if you scroll down just a little bit, boy, I'm talking hillbilly this morning. Scroll down just a little bit, and you'll see a sleep time, and with a green plus button next to it. Do you see that?
A what? What'd you say?
Slow down, Adler. We're not at the hard break. Just calm down, Sam. All right, go ahead.
All right. When you get to your control center, open it up.
Right. We got settings.
I don't even know what the control center is.
He's talking about settings.
Right.
Yeah, settings, control center. Open that up.
Oh,
and
control
if you'll
center
scroll
and
down,
settings.
you'll see flashlight, timer,
Right. I got
whatever.
it. I got it.
All right, keep scrolling down. You'll see some circles with pluses in there, right?
Mm-hmm. Got it.
Keep scrolling, and you'll see sleep time or bedtime. I can't remember exactly.
What about sleep mode?
There you go. That's it.
Okay.
I mean, I just want to be woke up. I don't care.
I pushed plus, and it just disappeared off the screen.
Right. What it did is it put it on your screen. I did it real quick. It's been a little bit.
Okay.
And I did it real quick, and I think it's on your main screen. Then you can put it wherever you want to. Pilot with another app or whatever.
I don't.
And then that's what that nice young lady was talking about. But it does do what she said. It does gradually wake you up.
Okay. I don't see it though. I pushed plus, it disappeared out of the list, and now I don't see it anywhere.
So sleep mode's gone now on your list?
No. It's there. It should be on.
Sam, don't get
kind of scroll around.
I'm asking Bubba. Sam, I'm not asking you. I'm asking.
Oh,
Bubba.
well, okay, fine.
Yeah.
Sam,
hold on. Let me pull.
I have a compiler that I take the information and I put it in Rick language.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. You're saying the plus disappears or the whole sleep mode?
All of it.
Yeah.
Now I have no, that ain't it. That was another app I tried called Alarm Clock.
Yeah, I just pressed on it. It did the same exact thing. It just disappears. It goes away.
But it didn't.
It
didn't reappear on our where should it be?
It's not on your main screen.
No, I can't find it if it is.
Yeah.
So, all right. So we're in.
How about new?
We're in the settings, right? You go to settings. You click on the gear, right? Okay. I'm just starting over. And then you scroll down to control center. The ones that you immediately see at the top that have the minus on them.
Okay, it went up there.
It's up there now. That means the minus means it's already in. So if you hit the minus, it would take it out. If you go down to the plus, that means it's adding it to.
I see. Where did it go?
What about
now that it's in there?
Do you know what we're adding to?
It's there. No, I do.
We're adding to this thing.
Okay.
That when you pull the
But what about new?
It should be there.
But I think a simple solution for what we're talking about is if you go to the alarm app in your phone, just the clock.
I don't see it. Somebody help me.
And then alarm.
Sam,
Where
I'm sorry.
is it?
Sam, look what you've done.
It's not on my screen. Not on that screen either.
Well, Adler's chasing the right rabbit.
Just set your alarm.
Well, that goes back to setting it up with health.
I know you need to set up your sleep time in health. Look, see, here's my wake up time. Here's my sleep time, and then it'll show up.
Can I clarify? I don't care about health app.
No.
But I want to
understand
just put ramp alarm. Why do I have to go via that? I don't want to drive all the way around the city. I just want to park the car.
Once you set your sleep time and your wake up time and what days, then when you go to your alarm app, it won't be in health. It'll be just right here with the rest of your alarms. It'll be right here, and now I've got it.
But what if it changes day to day?
You can set each day. You can set individual.
But I mean,
days.
what if it changes that day? I mean, I may have a Saturday I won't get up early. I may have a Saturday I won't sleep.
Well, then you can set. You can change that day individually, or
Then
you
it's
can
back
just
to me having to do something.
Why do you have an
can just set
alarm
a normal
on at
alarm.
all on Saturday?
Well, I might want to get up and do something.
I never set alarm on Saturday.
These are the tones that I'm just seeing that
What
are
about
just
new?
available. These are the tones that I'm seeing.
Oh, you don't get to pick then?
Well,
on there, too?
this is just the tone that I see right here. So here's one.
Oh, I keep
Can you hear
sleeping. I keep sleeping.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's kind of rampy. That's kind of rampy.
I
That
need
sounds like
I need like an air horn.
That sounds like the unsolved mysteries or something. Ding 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 ding. So these are kind of
Can
nice.
I have the robot from Lost in Space say get up, Bubba?
That would be cool. You may
Is that possible?
See, you may be able to buy alarm tones, and then you can buy like a particular, like go to the App Store, buy an alarm tone, and it starts real quiet and ramps up. I used to, and they changed this. We've talked about this on the show before. I used to be able to assign this one song by the Shins, and it started like with no sound.
This is a family show,
And it started very, very quietly, and it literally ramped up. And I used to be able to do that just in the alarm app, and then I noticed it would just go to the when I set that.
Wow.
So I think that's like on the latest update, in which you can't just pull a song from your library and make it your alarm tone. You have to buy an alarm tone.
You want to know what I use? Zach Brown's "Sweet Annie" as my alarm, and it ramps up slowly. That song fades in.
So you're still allowed to pick songs on your alarm app, Speedy?
Yes, I just go into my alarm app and click edit, and then click on the time, and it gives me options.
When I do that, even if I choose a song, and it'll even say I have the song chosen for my alarm, it will divert back to it won't let me pick a song anymore. So have you not updated in a really long time or something, Speedy? Or are you up to date?
I keep mine on radar, and that something going to wake you up.
Oh my goodness, radar will radar feels like a nail in your forehead.
I like that red alert from Star Trek battle stations.
But we got a lot of people on the phone. They probably know way more than me, and I'm gonna run out like I always do.
Here's the problem. When I tried to set it up in Health, Rick, I thought, well, no way I get 8 hours, so I'll just put 7. And then I put the times I want to go to bed and get up, and it goes, you're not meeting your criteria. That's only 6 hours and 35 minutes.
Look, Bubba, just set your time and get up.
Well, that's what I'm trying to do.
Or just quit messing up your clock you got now. Huh?
Clock radio.
John in Huntsville. John, go ahead.
Hey, guys. Good morning.
Hey, buddy.
So I have my wife's a teacher. And so during the week, during the school year, no problems. We both get up to go to work and get ready and all that. But during the summertime, I hate to bother her. I like to let her sleep. I don't want to bother anybody in the house. So what I've done, if you have an Apple Watch, you wear your Apple Watch and you set the alarm on your Apple Watch.
Dead on arrival. Nobody's wearing a watch while they sleep. All right, so
I can't. I'll scratch my face up.
Right. Yeah.
You get that hung up in the CPAP, you got a mess.
Right. Don't wear a watch while you're sleeping. You're going to tear your pillowcase.
See, I'm doing this thing like they're talking about the schedule, but it only gives you like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 options on your sound.
Look, I think we've got here, and I'll talk to Tyler when we come back. I think everybody's going to tell you the same thing. I just don't think you like what we have to do.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
the gravy, please.
9 minutes to the top of the hour. Thanks for your emails. Some of you saying the show now sounds like the Geico commercial when the guy's trying to teach us to not become our parents. Others are saying when you guys talk about, I have no idea what you're even talking about. It's been very confusing. The bottom line is this: Bubba had a clock failure that ran him late today for work, and he said that he may replace the clock. But one of the things he likes about the clock, and I have this on my Bose Wave radio as well, is that the alarm ramps up. It starts out at a certain volume and ramps up to a louder volume, and this keeps you from having such a violent noise go off in the room that may affect those that don't have to get up, and it be a little milder. And everybody, for some reason, thinks now Bubba's supposed to be searching for songs that ramp up. What he wanted was an alarm, no matter what the alarm is, to ramp up. And some people say that can be done on the iPhone. No one's explained it very well, frankly. And now, Tyler, you're the last shot, buddy. You're it. And if you
I think I can help you a lot. Okay. Rick, I think you hit the nail on the head. By the way, monkey grass, green acres.
Thank you, buddy. Appreciate the call very much. Go ahead.
Rick, you hit the nail on the head right before break. You're talking about Bubba. So I know you're trying to park the car, but every now and then you got to turn the wheel a little bit to get where you want to go. Yep. All right, so just like you walk with Christ, you got to lay down your personal preferences every now and then. All right, so what you got to do is there's two things. People in the past, they've been giving you their PhD versions, and I'm going to try to give you the park the car version.
Good.
All right. You can go straight to your home screen on your phone, and you can go to the Health app. I know, Bubba, you don't want to go to the Health app, but like I said, you're just going to have to. Go to your Health app,
got it,
and you'll see a little button in the bottom right that says Browse.
Wait a minute. Which one is my Health app? Is it the one with the heart in it?
It's got a pink heart.
Yeah, I got it. Okay. And do what now?
Click on that. You'll see at the very bottom, there'll be a thing that says Browse on the bottom right. And
yeah, got it. Got it.
All right, then you'll scroll till you see the word sleep, and then it'll have like a bed icon beside it.
Got it.
Click on that, and you'll see something that says your schedule.
Yep.
And you can edit a schedule, and you can select different tones that will ramp up. I use it every morning. I get up about 4:30 every morning, so I use it every day, and I like to be woke up gradually too. So that's one way you can do it. The other way, Rick, I'm with you. Ain't nobody trying to wear an Apple Watch to bed. I got that.
Nobody should sleep with a watch on.
Nobody should sleep with a watch on. I'm with you. But the cool thing about your Apple Watch is it's always hooked to your phone, whether it's on you or on the charger. So you can go to your Apple Watch, and you'll see that same little icon that looks like a bed, and it'll set from your phone to your watch. And if you do it on your watch, like the first way I ever figured this out was on my watch. So if my watch is on the charger, instead of it playing through my watch, so like if my watch is on my wrist at night, it's no big hookup. If you do, you got problems. If your watch is on your wrist, it'll play through your watch. But if you leave your watch on the charger, it'll connect to your phone and play gradually through your phone. Okay. So both ways are right, but that's the quickest, easiest way to do it, and it'll wake you up every time. I use it every morning. That's the best way.
I got a strange. While I have you, let me ask you this, because I put in my wake up time 3:35 a.m. and when I entered that, I had a pop up screen that said, "You got to be kidding, man." Is that normal?
Hey, man,
is that normal?
Are you sure?
Yeah, mine's 4:05 a.m. So I got you. Mine's yours is a little bit before mine, so it might kind of give you some. It might cut me a little slack, but.
Adler, what'd you have to ask? All right, Tyler, hang on.
All right, Tyler, thank you so much, Tyler. That was very helpful. All right. First of all, I'd like to apologize for all the misinformation I've said on the show today.
He's doing it again.
I figured out.
Don't talk so fast.
I figured out.
Look, you got plenty of time.
Okay.
You got 4 minutes.
I figured out why it was defaulting to the dee instead of choosing the song that I liked that has a ramp up in it. And that is the song has to be downloaded to your phone. So if you pick a song from your iPhone music library and that song is not downloaded to your phone, it will default to the bring that wakes up the whole house.
Now, when you say download, that means purchase it, not doing it in the cloud.
Not in the cloud, on the phone. Yes.
Let me ask you
this. Hear me
this.
throw cloud in there.
Yeah. Let me ask you this. So I've set all this up through health. Okay. Everybody's cool. I come down here and it says sound and, all that other stuff. And it has early riser chosen. But I'm back to those 8 or 9 songs. It doesn't let me pick one.
That is in the sleep/wake up alarm. If you just go to a normal alarm on the of all the lists you have on your phone, edit one of those alarms, change the sound to a song that is downloaded to your phone that ramps up. Rick, you were mentioning Sweet Annie ramps up, but then Bubba, you were like, well, my wife's name is Betty, so I'm not going to choose that one. What was the other one you said? Bittersweet Symphony? Does that ramp up?
It ramps up a little bit.
Yeah, so if you have a song that you like that ramps up, download it to your phone. Assign it to that alarm, and you should be good to go.
I don't have a lot of options for the name Betty. Except Ram Jam.
Right.
Yeah, but Black Betty does not ramp up. Trust me.
No, it doesn't.
Anyways, I'm sorry for all the wrong things I said.
Okay.
I'm sorry for all the wrong things.
Why don't we try to say more right things
and less
wrong?
Less wrong. Okay.
At least you wasn't mistaken about logging in Arizona today.
That's true.
Bubba, we had a caller defended you. He says the movie was filmed in Oregon.
Really?
Just the historic event.
I don't know if she was
wasn't
right,
it?
but
she's probably wrong. But hey,
it's probably you know what
she said. Bubba was
you know
kind
what?
of right because she said the event happened in Arizona.
See,
but
you know the
movie,
geography so good. You saw it and you're like, that's obviously Oregon. You know it. See.
All we have to have is reasonable doubt.
That's right.
That's right.
Can I ask you this question though, Bubba? And if you're
Yes,
okay with
please.
that, that's fine.
Please.
You're really not looking for a song that ramps up. You're looking for an alarm that ramps up.
Yeah.
No matter what.
And
the
then I
sound
can
is.
plug in whatever I want
Right,
to,
yeah,
and
yeah.
it starts
Yeah.
and gets louder, and then I can reach over and go, okay.
Well,
okay.
sadly, because my hearing, I've lost a little bit of my hearing over the
Can't
years.
hear.
So there's frequencies that I can't hear at all or very well, and unfortunately,
That's what Kenneth said.
my alarm is in one of those frequencies that until it gets a certain volume, I can't hear it.
Yeah.
And so my wife,
You don't have the band pass?
my wife hears it ramping up before I do, and usually I wake up with her kicking me.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah.
Well, see, that's kind of in general the idea of what I'm trying to avoid.
Right. But for me, it actually creates it because the ramp up, I can't hear till it's loud enough to wake Sherry up anyway.
Right.
So, and sometimes she hears it before me because she doesn't have bad hearing.
They're okay. Well, I'm gonna keep playing with this and see, and maybe I'll be here tomorrow. I don't know.
Well, you weren't late for the show.
Yeah, but
you
still,
just
Rick,
missed
I don't need to run that.
You
late.
just missed all your hot rocking show prep.
Right. And you know how I hate that.
Right. And they're like
what does that mean? Now I still don't see where it's making any difference over here on the alarm.
But
thing.
I'm gonna ask you to stop.
This is ridiculous, Rick. I'm a highly trained programmer. I ought to be able to figure
You know
this
what
out.
Greg said? Just get an Android and be done with it.
I tell y'all that.
Well, you know what? They can get the alarm right. The way we're headed.
Watch what you're saying. They may have the alarm right.
Pick a song.
Somebody at Apple maybe he's trying to be sharp. Top of the hour.
I know I have bittersweet symphony in here, but
if you have bittersweet melody, that could
right,
be.
That's a whole nother
That
thing.
was actually
Right.
recorded in
My
Oregon.
bad. Got it.
Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Burgess, Bill Bubba Bussey, Calvin Speedy.
6 minutes now past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us. The number, 866-WE-BE-BIG. You ready? Yeah, write that down. No more telling your phone to call my office. That's how you get to the studio. 866-WE-BE-BIG. And we'll take your phone calls this hour. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess here. Actually, you heard the intro, but Helmsley's out today. Adler is here. And welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here. Thank all of you for joining us.
Are you hearing yourself waking up?
Rick, I don't know what it is. I know I had that song on my phone. I went and tried to download it again, and it still will not let me choose it as an option. So do they have it blocked as a ringtone, you think?
Maybe that's possible. I have no idea.
I mean, who knows?
Yeah.
Who knows?
Why don't you just...
I just never... Rick, why can't you just have an option, ramp up or full bore?
Yeah.
You know, that's all I want.
I would call it ramp up or full bore.
That's what I would call it, too.
Yeah, I might have a picture of the boar and animal under full bore.
Right.
And then ramp up, I'd have a ramp thing going up.
You know, I was looking at some other songs here that I have in my phone I thought might work. And, I don't know, 19, Paul Hardcastle. I don't know if that'd be a good one.
No, but 19.
That's not
good. No.
I think
Delirious by Prince. I doubt it. That probably won't work.
No, that's not going to do it.
Let's see, Enter Sandman by Metallica.
There you go.
No, that's not going to work.
I think I'm afraid that'll
it does kind of build up.
What about Pontoon, Little Big Town? No. I have a diverse playlist. You got to give me that.
Right.
Aliens by Lecrae. What do you think about that one?
I don't even know what that is.
Me neither. I forgot it.
So I don't know. If I could get this to work, the not this part, but the actual long time. Can you get Boston Long Time without the intro at the beginning with all this that they call foreplay?
I don't know.
Can you just get the?
I think you
because
can.
he didn't need all this, but the ramp up he's looking for is perfect on this one. Now I want you to listen. Now this is not it. All right, I'll tell you if you could just get Long Time by Boston as your alarm clock, it will work perfectly. All right, so just pay attention here. Just what we want with this be right here. You see how you're
I got it. I see it.
Yeah, but you got to get.
What about Good One Coming On, Blackberry Smoke?
No Baptist should play that to wake up to start the day. Of course, I know you're a little more non-denominational now, but the
what about My Hometown, Brandon Snipes?
I don't even know what that is. But do you feel me ramping right here? Look, Bubba.
I know. I love that part.
This is you waking up. All right, now you're about to have to get up now and get. You ready? Feel it ramping?
Yeah, I better be up by that.
Yeah, you up now. And then I walk in. So that'll work. See how
I got some good songs over here. I'll just look at my.
Well, now you're just.
I got a bunch.
But now this is just transition into. I'm looking at my song list.
I know, and I'm trying to stay focused, and it's not easy.
Right. All right. So yeah. You just. Won't you just? I know.
Well, no, I'm trying to find the song that'll ramp up like that.
I just gave you the best one there is.
But I can't. It won't let me put it in there, Rick.
You can't put Long Time Boston in there. Try that. Go out and get it.
I'm gonna have to buy it first.
Yes, buy.
Well, I got the thing where I'm supposed to have all of them,
Bubba. But that's not gonna work on the alarm.
You have to buy it.
Yes,
even though I have the monthly thing for it.
Adler got right in that microphone and said if it's in the cloud, it won't work. Mm-hmm. You're gonna have to buy it.
But he didn't know how it worked.
We are trickling out a progressive commercial.
Yep, we are.
Mm-hmm. Look,
what have I turned into here?
Nobody in that progressive commercial can program in COBOL, so I ain't worried about it.
There you go. What's that noise? Is that this? That thing's gotten real loud.
You know, something aside from this that is kind of funny. Are we going to talk about this morning at all, or
about what just happened out here? What, you don't think so?
We don't want to spook people out of the grain field before we
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
I see what you're saying.
Yeah, I got you. But boy, there's some funny there.
But I'm not so sure that wouldn't stir and bring it back.
Well, let's just
You want me to stay out of it
for right now. Well, let's table it and we'll talk about it later.
Okay.
So
do you want to talk Brett Favre?
What's going on with Brett Favre? I didn't.
He's
see
coming
that.
back out of retirement.
Oh my gosh, no.
Yeah, he's actually back. You know what he just said? Get your number 4 jersey out.
Get your number 4
It's going to
jersey
be a
out.
fun ride. No, Brett Favre is just saying something that I think that sports fans have been screaming. And he says, and of course this will become some big story now. At one time it would have just been, Brett Favre says he thinks that sports and politics should be separated. Most sports fans just want to watch the game. They don't want to be preached to. They don't want to be an attempt to program them into any worldview. He said, I think for the most part, people who are drawn to sports.
No, he's going to get beat up over this.
Are really just drawn to the sport and probably not the politics of the people who play the sport or the people who actually announce the sports.
But see, we also have people, including the president, who is telling players he thinks it's great that they're now getting involved. And, certainly problems in society, and a lot of them have strong feelings about that. Understood. But again, I would kind of come down on this agreeing with Brett that most of us, and I don't mind if the players get involved after the game.
Or in their own lives, yeah.
Use
their platform.
Lives, but, I mean, you're seeing more and more where these games are being canceled on days that you have these horrific events. I don't know if that's serving the actual solving of the problem that they're trying to do. I don't know. I mean, I understand I'm upset I can't do nothing about it. I'm so upset I can't perform. But it's just becoming more and more routine, and I don't know. I just think the average sports fan, I'll just use that term average, and I don't even know what that means other than most people. They love sports because it is absent of all the stuff they have to deal with during the day, politics being a big part of it.
Yeah, it would be like me trying to go to the farm to fish and relax, and when I got down there, the bank was lined up with protesters, and I had to hear that the whole time I was down there trying to fish. I'd be like, wow, I wish I could have just a moment to fish. I'll get back to that other stuff because it does. It's not that it's not important,
right?
But you got to have some oasis to go and take a breath. And he says,
change of scenery, if you would.
Yeah, and he's now saying. He says, I'm hearing sports fans telling me, talking about him in his own personal life, they don't watch sports anymore because it's gotten so political. The whole reason they watch sports has been taken away.
Right.
So I know that some of you, this is that thing, Bubba, and I don't know where, I know it was beyond you, but you're the person that first said it to me, and I started understanding it, and I use it a lot. And that's the law of diminishing return.
Oh, yeah, yeah. And anybody that's cut grass with a lawnmower knows what it's talking about.
But what that means is you think your product is so fantastic and so wonderful that you can –
too big to fail.
That you can browbeat people and hassle people and give them obstacles, and they'll just continue to overcome every single obstacle that you possibly put in front of them to get to your product because your product is just so fantastic. But then it gets to the point you put so many obstacles you realize, I guess we can run them off because you really can. Sure. I mean, especially if you're kind of get to where I am now, where I'm not all that enamored with sports much anymore anyway, and maybe this played a role in that. I don't know. I just it doesn't mean that much to me as it once did, and maybe it's because at one time it meant too much to me. But and spiritually I've grown, and that's been corrected a little bit, but not by me, but by God. So anyway, but he makes a point that is pretty simple, and I think it's true, but you're right, he'll be vilified for even having the audacity to say it.
I want to hear Favre's real quick.
Yeah, if he's got it.
All right, so here it is.
Yeah, and I think both sides, for the most part, want to see it just remain about the sport, not about politics. At least that's my interpretation. I know when I turn on a game, I want to watch a game. I want to watch players play.
All right. So let me ask you this, Bubba.
Brett's been out in the sun, looks like.
Yeah, Bubba seems to remember things when we were younger better than I do. So let's go back to this, and maybe I'm wrong. I don't remember watching Muhammad Ali box Now, I remember watching Muhammad Ali make very controversial political statements with his platform.
Right.
But when it came time for the match, I don't remember the announcers talking about his controversial views on the Vietnam War and how he felt politically and Islam and.
I believe you're right.
I don't remember that being part of the boxing match.
You're talking about during the event.
Yeah. Now I remember it being part of his personal life and him using his platform. But I don't remember the color commentator going, well, our nation's really got to take a look at this Vietnam War, Howard.
Yeah.
And did they talk about that during the boxing match? I don't remember it being that way.
Well, I remember a lot of the older adults not liking him because of his stance on the Vietnam War and dodging the draft,
No
as
doubt.
they called it.
No doubt about that.
And they never cared for him. And he was controversial in that way. But as far as me watching it, I don't ever remember it really being a topic.
The announcers didn't talk about it during the match?
Not that I remember.
Yeah. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
22 minutes past the hour. It is the Rick and Bubba Show. Thanks for being with us. We'll get to some of your phone calls coming up here in the next segment, bottom of the hour. So you can call them and set them up now. We may get to those before this segment is done. At 866-WE-BE-BIG. We'd love to chat with you, and we will do so here momentarily. Bubba, I did not know this. Jay Cutler to me is nothing but a former NFL and college quarterback. Did you know that he and his now ex-wife once had a reality show of some kind?
I vaguely remember that.
Do y'all remember that at all?
I really don't. I can't say that I remember that.
I didn't know this, but anyway, they're in a lawsuit now.
I know Aaron Rodgers has been hosting Jeopardy.
Yeah, that's weird, isn't it?
It is.
Didn't they say that the Jeopardy? Now, this doesn't surprise us, but the Jeopardy contestants have not gotten one answer right about the Green Bay Packers.
Yes. Yeah, they've worked in questions or had a category about the Green Bay Packers, and they have not answered not one question.
They couldn't answer one of them. Right. And I understand he's not a bad host on Jeopardy.
Yeah,
he's getting good reviews.
Yeah, I don't know. I haven't seen him. He looked kind of strange not seeing him with a helmet on,
Yeah.
And it looked like his hair was kind of like I've been wearing a helmet a lot.
Oh, sure.
Of course, it'd be strange if he was doing Jeopardy with a helmet on.
I would love that.
Now, let me tell you. If
in a suit.
If he did it in full pads and helmet, I would tune into Jeopardy.
Do you love the fact that he still wears a chin strap from 1977?
I know, and he hardly buckles it till right before the snap.
I know. Anyway, Jay Cutler was married to Christian Cavallari, I think. Anyway, but they've got a lawsuit in Tennessee filed against them because this person is alleging, they still co-own the German Shepherd, or maybe this is when they were married and the case is just now getting there, that one of their German Shepherd dogs bit a man and he is suing them.
Oh, boy.
And, you hear Jay Cutler, and we immediately, because we're football people, we go, the football guy. But then in the story, they refer to he and his ex-wife as former reality stars.
Yeah, to me, he's a former quarterback of the Bears.
The Bears.
And Vandy.
So here's what happens.
And he went to Miami for a little while.
Nathan Beam is suing them, and he alleges one of the dogs owned by the former reality star pair bit him in June of 2020 at a residence, and he says where it is in Franklin. He is a cable and satellite installer, and he claims he was called to the home to perform an installation when the two German Shepherd dogs were roaming about the property unrestrained or otherwise restricted to an enclosed area as required under the installation agreement. They do that. I talked to an installer just the other day once I got through the people from India. And what it was is they said, hey, any issues with dogs? If you got dogs that need to be restrained.
Right.
So he said he thought that was clear. And while he was there, he said that neither one of them were home at the time of the incidents. And he said he finished the job, returned to the work vehicle, and one of the dogs, he said, I believe the name was Kona, he's being very specific,
right,
was blocking the access to the driver's side of the truck, keeping him from getting into his truck and leaving. And then they got into some kind of back and forth with the dog, and he said the dog bit him. And he's suing them for not restraining their dogs.
How about that?
So there we go.
How about them apples?
So, what's her name? Kristen Cavallari. She was originally on that show, Laguna Beach reality show. And then when they were married, she got her own show called Very Calavari, or whatever her last name is. And evidently he made appearances on that.
Never heard of any of that. Thank you. How about this? I am old now, aren't I?
Rick, seriously,
so many shows like that.
You might as well.
I never heard of him on reality TV. I never heard of his wife.
I've never heard of anything that Adler just said, other than Jay Cutler.
I don't either. I can't even get the alarm to ramp up on my phone.
No, who are we to judge?
I ran up on the reality show once or twice, and
Loved
what
it.
was funny about it was his dry sense of humor of never wanting to really do much in the reality show that they had, he and his wife.
Can I tell you, I love two people on the intercom.
I love intercom talk. If we could work,
I don't know if everybody can hear it.
If we could work one bullhorn area over here too, that'd be great.
Maybe we could put one outside the window.
It makes us kind of sound like we're like, if we got a lot going on,
right?
Which we kind of do. Yeah. So there it is. I didn't know about that at all.
Yeah, I'm out of the loop.
Under the headline, I heard you say it in the break, Bubba, and I agree with you. Under the "Hey, that'll show them" category, the Russian flag has been banned from the Olympics in a doping dispute, but
you can still wear the Russian national colors.
Yeah, Rick, I'm trying to follow this. I know Russia got in trouble for doping from the Olympic Committee. They're kind of picking up where the East Germans left off. And what is it about communist countries and having to dope? I don't get all that. But anyway,
well, they can do whatever they want.
So, but
They wanna win.
the team is not banned, but the Russian flag is barred from the Olympics.
Well, why even bother?
The International Olympic Committee told AP the Russian athletes in Tokyo will be allowed to wear a range of uniforms in national colors unveiled by models in a runway show in Moscow on Wednesday. That unveiling showed include polo shirts, jackets, white shoulders. It's red, white, and blue, different stripes. If you didn't know any better and you looked at them, you'd think they were from the U.S., those kind of colors.
When they win a medal and they get on the stand, what are they going to, when they raise the flag?
They're going to sing about colors.
They raise the flags,
I don't know what they're going to do. But because you can't do the flag. But here's another story on the Olympics, not just with this. Tokyo Olympics could be canceled altogether because
Again.
Tokyo has a COVID-19 resurgence.
Can't even have some Olympics.
I mean, you can't even have
Rick,
Olympics.
here's the thing on these uniforms. I'm trying to follow this here. I never have really liked that.
Oh, I do. I like it.
The Russian Olympic Committee president, and I'm not even going to tackle that name.
Vladimir something.
No, it's Stanislav something. You don't really need to have a strong imagination. In these uniforms, you see our national flag. It's very obvious. So they're saying even though they took our flag, our uniforms look like our flag, so it's still our flag. That's basically what they're saying.
If we have the Olympics at all now. So we'll see. We do have a story now saying Tokyo may have to cancel it altogether. Your phone calls are next, 866-WE-BE-BIG.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
35 minutes past the hour. The phone troll we go. 866 We Be Big is our number. We'll chat with you momentarily. Relief Factor. I'm telling you, I love getting these emails. Like Reed dropped us an email out of South Carolina. Said my knees were shot from old sports surgeries, working on concrete floors for years. Pain was terrible. After just a week or two of taking Relief Factor, I could tell a difference. Not totally gone, but the pain level was reduced enough to make a noticeable difference. After 2 weeks, my pain was almost totally gone. Also, a side benefit was the pain in my feet due to sensitive nerves has subsided almost 100%. The tingling and painful shooting sensations are practically gone. Thanks for introducing me to Relief Factor. You're welcome, Reed, and thanks for catching the show. Would this does this sound like something you might want to try? All natural, 4 botanicals. The body has an inflammatory response. All of these products on their own have been proven to give some relief, but now they've been put together by the doctors that were researching, really in the beginning, the aging process and how they could help us with the aches and pains of aging. And voila, they landed on this outstanding power pack of an all-natural products that help our body's response to inflammation. If inflammation is the culprit, Relief Factor likely will help. In some cases, it helps tremendously. So go to ReliefFactor.com. Remember, you don't have the bad side effects of overuse of the over-the-counter stuff or the addictive properties of the prescription management. So go to ReliefFactor.com, and you can get 3 weeks for $19.95. Inside the 3 weeks, you'll know whether that's going to work for you or not. And hopefully, like so many others, it will. To the phones we go. We got 30 seconds to pop. Bubba, an update before we go.
Yeah, just some breaking news here. This from DailyMail.com. Biden in Black Sea U-turn says he has canceled deployment of 2 U.S. warships despite calling the Russian leader Putin and threatening repercussions over troop buildup on the Ukrainian border. The president now hits Moscow with sanctions and expels 10 diplomats.
So we changed our mind on that a little bit.
Yeah, I think so.
Can they wear their flag in the Ukraine?
Just the color.
Yeah, just the colors. Eli, or L? Is it L or E?
It's L. It's L.
L?
Yep.
Okay. Why is one in parentheses?
That was just you letting me tell you how to say it.
Okay. L, how you doing?
I'm fine. How you guys doing? Good morning. This is L.
Hey, what's up,
hey,
L?
What's up?
What's up, brothers?
Everybody yell. Everybody yell for L. All right, go ahead.
L. Yeah. Tell Speedy to get on that speaker. I need a 3-piece and a biscuit and a strawberry drink, okay?
I like L's energy.
Yeah, I do too. So, L, what's on your mind today, bud?
Man, listen, I'm trying to understand a couple of things. You guys are talking about sports, and I guess the professional athletes kneeling during the national anthem. And there's a lot of things in this world I don't understand, but I'm really trying to wrap my mind around that. Number one, when I played football, and if I had done something like that, my parents would have come out the stands and snatched me off the field.
Yeah.
That's just how we grew up in Greenville, Alabama. It's just the way it was. We respected our national anthem. We respected our country. We respect God. Now, to do this as a professional, that's not what you're being paid to do. You know, there's platforms for that. You were talking about Muhammad Ali. I got to meet him. Me and my brother did a long time ago.
Yeah.
But aside from that, you know, when it came to time to work, you work. After that, you do what you got to do.
Right. Yeah, and I don't know how old you are, L, but, you know, Muhammad Ali politically had some very strong opinions, but I don't remember it ever being discussed during the actual time, like you said, time to go to work while people were watching boxing. Now, when he used his celebrity and his platform, which that's what we all should do, to talk about things that we want to bring attention to. But when it was time for the actual sport, I don't remember the Muhammad Ali talking about it. I don't remember the announcers talking about it. You just watched the boxing match.
And maybe we're remembering it wrong, but I mean, when he was clowning around with Howard Cosell, he never brought it up. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
He was always in full clown promotion mode at that point.
Yeah, I don't know. So we used to keep the two balanced in a different way, and I think it's hurting the sports because I think people do get to the point where they need a place
to go and just it's entertainment. It's a lot of hard work. I know that. It's the way our family made a living for a long time, being the son of a football coach. That's how we made a living. So for us, it was a bigger deal than entertainment, but it was still we still understood the role that it played in society, and then it gave people a platform to then use that to talk about things they want to bring attention to. So I agree with you.
El, where you headed today?
Well, we lost El. All right.
Oregon.
Thanks, El. All right, so one timeout gone.
He's driving.
One more remains, and appreciate you calling. Let's go.
El's one of my ham buddies, by the way.
Is it? Yeah. No, he's not.
Yeah.
Are you serious?
Yes.
KJ?
4JJ.
4 and JJ?
Something and a J.
I got another ham buddy.
Yeah, I saw
that.
I got him.
Hey.
I got him.
Let's go to Coley. Coley in North Carolina.
Hey, let me tell you, El's sharp guy.
Coley, go ahead.
Hey, Rick and Bubba.
Hey, buddy.
Hey, Green Acres.
Thanks for the call. Appreciate it. What's on your mind?
Well, I got two things real quick. You're always talking about, like, helping with the show. I have a suggestion. I said that everybody that calls from a landline and has that clear, beautiful voice goes to the front of the line every call, so that way we can keep talk radio alive. Two, I hear y'all talking about these awesome events like Turkey Toss and Sam Mountain Sam. I'd say bring Rick and Bubba throwback T-shirts, sell them, put a front pocket in them. I buy every single one. And three, it's my 6th anniversary from my lovely wife, Casey, and we're headed to our anniversary now.
1, 2, happy anniversary, baby. I got you on my mind. He got all that in 26 seconds.
Boom. That's how you do it.
That was amazing.
That is how it is
done.
done.
And a fairly good phone.
So he wants a section of the store of Rick and Bubba throwback shirts, but he wants a pocket on them.
Got to have a pocket, he says.
Okay.
Do you remember? Never mind. Go ahead.
Okay, let's go to Mark.
Bring it up.
Mark in Mississippi. Mark, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Green Acres, guys.
Thanks
about
for the call. Go right ahead.
Hey, I sent a link to you guys. I know it's dead on arrival for Bubba and Rick, but Speedy, you might have a chance to look at it. Mike Leach's interview with the law students at Ole Miss a couple of weeks ago. Lane Kiffin introduced him, but it's about 57 minutes long, so that's why it's dead on arrival for you guys. But it goes through his little history about how he got into coaching and how the law degree and the history of that.
I will tell you, 57 seconds has a shot. It's less than a minute, barely. But I might watch.
He said 57 minutes.
Minutes,
almost an hour.
Yeah.
Oh no, and there's no.
Yeah, he's doing an interview with students at Ole Miss.
Yes,
right.
No, I wouldn't watch that. It's too long.
Yeah, law school at Ole Miss.
I thought he said 57 seconds.
Y'all have all seen the TED Talk. 21 minutes will get it done. You know,
it really will. Let's go to Brett in Oxford. Brett, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Morning, gentlemen.
Hey, buddy.
Hey, I kind of feel kind of weird saying this to Bubba being as tech as he is, but I know Android had apps that you could go to, and I don't know if Apple does that, where you can go and download that app and take any part of a song that you have in your device, any part of that song, and create a ringtone from that song.
Yeah, there's some ringtone creation apps, but I think they want to sell a lot of them now, so they they remove them from having that option. I think they must license them totally separate.
Well, with you having Apple Music, you can do what you need to do. You don't have to buy the song.
I'm somewhat understand.
You need no. You just need to simply go to Apple Music, search for the song you want, press the plus sign on the right side of the song. Then once you have it, you add the song to your library and you press the download symbol, and boom, there it is.
Oh, so you would eventually download
the song.
You don't keep it in the
cloud. All I want to do is check the boxes, ramp up.
I'm just saying you have to download. You don't have to buy it because you already got Apple Music.
Right.
I don't want to go through my health regiment to have my alarm.
Here's the part that
y'all see the
here's the part that bothered me the most. You were never looking for a song that ramped up.
No.
You're looking for an alarm that ramps up.
But you want to know
no matter what you choose for.
Yeah, I don't want to drive to Detroit to get my oil changed. Lovely as it is.
I think I know why everybody's landing there, because he doesn't like all the other options. So now they're like, all right, well, let's just go to a song.
Well, is there a place where alarm would just ramp up on the phone?
Yeah, that's why everybody's saying just use the song.
Nate in Oklahoma.
Hey, good morning, guys.
Nate.
Hey, I tell you what, the part I enjoyed the most about the alarm clock, I sound like Schwarzenegger. The part I love about it, Bubba, he's Mr. Techno. I mean, he's ham radio. He's talking skip radio to Argentina. He's watching the Mars rover on his phone. Every person that mentioned going to the health app to find his life. It just baffled him. He had no idea where the hell that was. I mean, that's why we love you, Bubba. Don't
Nate,
you ever change.
Nate, I want to be honest with you. None of us heard a word of what you said after you started.
he said the term health out just 2 blocks, Mr. High Tech.
Well, you know, Rick, I don't want to go through the health app to tie my shoes either,
I don't
you know?
Why'd
I have to go through the health app?
I don't know why Apple on this particular thing says, let's take you the longest way home we possibly can.
I tell you, Steve Jobs wouldn't allow this, I'll tell you that.
Bottom of the hour. I mean, 15 minutes to the top of the hour.
the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
9 minutes to the top of the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big is our number.
Day without him, brother.
Bubba, I want you to tell us. I need you to talk about something real quick. I'm just kidding. All right, so as we make our way back, I know everybody, you absorb the Rick and Bubba content in many different ways, okay? A lot of you live in what I call the Rick and Bubba alternate universe, and that is your podcast archives people. You never hear the show live. You hear it at different times. You're living in Rick and Bubba past many times, which is always interesting. So, but for us right now, as you hear this voice, either live or Bubba's, you've taught us all, there's ones and zeros making you think you hear my voice right now.
Right. It's just a representation. It's not really your voice.
Right. Whatever is happening to you right now, in our live world.
There's only two people really hearing you, me and Speedy.
That's right.
Yeah.
And that could be debatable. In the real world of Rick and Bubba, real time, real life, as I'm living it now, we're about to try to interview Mike Leach for Rick and Bubba University, the podcast, and Speedy realizes that it's looked good that he's going to be there, but we have this little thing that we all do, and look, people do it. I understand it. You try not to over check in with guests, but you don't want to under check in either.
Right.
And Speedy's tried to find that perfect balance.
Mm-hmm.
And
it's not easy to do, and it varies. I would say guest to guest.
Yeah. It's less than 45 minutes now before we are supposed to be recording an interview with him, in Rick and Bubba's real world, in the real time.
Right.
And Speedy's tried to do that last text. Hey, looking forward to it.
Yeah.
And you'd like to get back. Sounds good. Yep.
Boy.
If you really, really almost in a fantasy world, you'd like to hear something like looking forward to it.
Right.
That's probably asking a little much.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe just the word pumped.
Pumped.
How about sounds good?
Sounds good. Yeah.
But
he went with sounds good the other day, too.
Yeah. How about now?
Nothing. Crickets. But
okay.
But you know what I'm thinking?
Right.
Because I'll do that every now and then.
Mm-hmm.
It's a busy. He's an SEC coach. He could be in a meeting and have his schedule timed down to where
he's going to come out here at 10:30 and go.
He puts his phone down. He's not checking his phone during the meeting.
I do. I look at my phone during meetings all the time.
Well, that's rude.
I know, but I do it.
Right. But that's what I'm getting. So which that makes me just a little anxious.
He's going. Look, we're further along than we've ever been. Now that doesn't mean it's going to happen. Establishing relationships sometimes takes time. This is if you look at it from a courting standpoint, this is our first time to meet for coffee.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. It doesn't mean the bromance is going to be fulfilled.
Right.
But we'll see.
Hey, coach.
Would you like, hey, coach? Would sounds good be enough for you?
Sounds good, anything. Or just a thumbs up. I'll take whatever.
By the way, you know that I don't accept emojis from
I know,
but
what I'm saying is I'll take whatever.
But let me tell you this. I tell you what.
Thumbs up is okay, isn't it?
Well, that's what I was just going to bring up. I'm starting to be open
About the fist.
to a very select few emojis. Now, any male that sends me the original emoji faces, I want you to know that I take a note of that.
Okay.
So
Okay.
I can't do smiley face? What about the crying with the tears coming out of the eyes?
None of that.
See, those are just easy, quick ones.
Well, I know. First of all, it means that you're just trying to give me something to get me off the list. Okay? Kind of like Jerry Seinfeld said, when those people that can't even get OK out, just K.
Right.
That's got to be the least
See,
of that
I
effort.
do that too, but that's from old Morse code. That means back to you.
Right, yeah. But I'm starting to
Da-de-da.
Yeah, and look, and these people that will send you, and this is the maximum offenders. Those that have set up their phone to where any word might have a symbol that goes with it, like there's some cartoon vehicle. If you said you're doing something fast or whatever, or whose car we're going to take, and suddenly somebody has to give me a picture of a car by it.
Mm-hmm.
That makes me want to end the relationship.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that is the most unacceptable for a man. Now, if my wife wants to send me these cute little things, hey, that's fine. But I'm starting
Do
to
you
be
send her little pictures?
sometimes for fun and just to cut up a little bit. Now, it took me a long time to get there, but I started. You know why? Just to see if we couldn't get something going.
Sure.
And
sure.
So I'm starting to be open.
and I'll tell you who our credit on this is Steve Farrar. I'm starting to be open to the fist pump. Where you get the big, the fist, just right there.
Right.
The thumbs up, I'm not crazy about, but I can live with.
Right.
That's about it. After that, I can't.
I get confused with a thumbs up because it has it in different skin tones, and sometimes I don't know which one's mine.
By the way, I laugh pretty hard. I have friends, and I guess they'll be canceled in society, that are white that send me the black thumbs up.
Well,
or
I mean,
what
if you hit the wrong one? I mean, there's a lot of different ones, and I really don't know, because I certainly don't have a pretty color, but I don't really know what I am. I'm, a little bit of colorblind in it, so I could range in there quite a bit.
Yeah,
and depending on how much I've been in the sun.
Well, here's what I'm confused about.
Could be from red to real white.
Well, here's what I'm confused about. I thought the fist pump was yellow. It looks like it's a yellow color to me. There's a fist pump that comes in, and the handle looks like it
different shades.
Looks like it's sunshine yellow. Now I've seen some people that hit me a little something that I can tell they're going, that actually are black, that send me the black pump or the black thumbs up.
Right.
But I have white guys that'll do that too. I just think they're hitting one that's down there. They're not paying attention.
Yeah, I don't know if I would have just said that.
But I'm not thrilled with the.
Is that a cultural misappropriation?
I guess.
I think it is.
I don't know if the Apple police is going to come get you. Or
you still hadn't responded.
Android, right?
That's all I can think about.
But I just would rather us stay out of. I'm talking about male to male back and forth. It'd be fine with me if we just stayed out of the symbol world. It just let's just talk and send little messages back and forth. It's fine.
I'm just sitting here going back because I like to self.
Where are you on when they do those cartoon things where it's like somebody going what? Huh? See, there is a yellow one. I'm not crazy. I knew there was a yellow one.
Yeah, I'd probably just land there.
I wish we could go back and find because it's so funny because you do love love texting, but I'll never forget about the hour rant you went on about texting. You just called somebody, which is so funny because you're probably the biggest texter of the group now.
Well, I'll tell you why.
But it does show how we all change, but it is funny.
Well, I've explained that. Like I say,
I know, but it's still funny.
But the fact you used to had to text, it took longer to text than to just call somebody because you had to do it with numbers. And then they went to the QWERTY board, and I thought, well, that's a little better. But when it got to where all you had to do was type, then it was better. But in the beginning days, it would take somebody forever to spell out letters using the numbers. Why not just pick up the phone and call?
And here's the good news, Rick. After these chips that they put in the vaccine get in our system, you'll be able to just think it, and it'll be.
But remember this, what I'm addicted to above any anti-technology is efficiency. And I love efficiency. I live for efficiency. I'm appalled by lack of efficiency. It makes my skin crawl. So now the fact that you can get information to somebody like that and keep it going. But it's the symbols to me. That's just me. Look how zany I'm being.
For many of the emojis in your phone, you can hold it down, hold the button down, and then the options for different skin tones and shades will pop up, and then you can pick the. So for many of them, if you just hold it down, different skin tones pop up.
You're doing it again. You're doing it again.
Well, I was waiting for my chance.
You're doing it again. Who's going to switch it to go to break?
I've sent Leach 12 texts, and he's only replied 7 times.
You want me to go in there and switch it?
I'm going to send Mike Leach the black power fist.
Rick and Bubba.
Hey, thank you for watching Rick and Bubba live on our YouTube channel. We're here live every Monday through Friday.
Be sure to subscribe and hit the little bell for notifications.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Rick and Bubba.